Hello? Hello. Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren. Thank you for coming to this ceremony. It's a farewell lecture and ceremony of a very good friend of mine, a friend of yours, a colleague of yours, Professor Dr. Rainer Sauerborn. I'm sorry we are starting a bit late, is it not? By German time, we should have started already. Yeah, so, okay. But we are going to have a rich program tonight, and we would have some of the statements will be made via video link, because some people were not able to come here. And we have others who will be making statements here, present, coming from across the world. I am Osman Sanko from Sierra Leone, but also I'll introduce myself as a member of the Heidelberg Institute of Global Health. I have been here since 1999, when I was interviewed by Rainer Sauerborn and Aiko Becher. And I did my postdoc here and worked for some time. So today, I am really very pleased to be the chair of this. I'm going to control Rainer at least.
Again, good luck.
Yes, as usual. Okay, but so we have probably a 3-hour program, but I hope it's going to be a bit faster, and because some colleagues would want to say a lot more about Rainer. But we will also listen to what Rainer will tell us as he leaves. We are saying a farewell, but he also has to tell us something. And the program also includes a little bit of music to entertain you as we go along, and some colleagues from Burkina Faso, and the research wing of the program at the University of Heidelberg here has had quite a long-standing collaboration with the Nuna Health Research Center. And the founding director is here with us today, and of course with the colleague. So we are not going to delay the program longer. We would have our Vice Rector of International Affairs and Diversity to give us a statement, and you should know why. I mean, this is an international city, international university, international department, and everything that you talk about. Thank you very much. We have Professor Dr. Mark Phillip. Do we add the E? Sometimes you say the E, P-E is silent. Sometimes, if you don't say it, then you say, warum hast du das nicht gesagt? Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Professor Sauerborn, esteemed colleagues and guests from all over the world and also from Heidelberg, a very warm welcome here at Heidelberg University, also on behalf of our rector, Frauke Melchior. Heidelberg University is the oldest university in Germany. It was founded 1386. From the beginning, it was a comprehensive university, you know that. And if you look at the ceiling, you can see that we had 4 founding faculties. The 4 pictures here on the ceiling are the 4 founding faculties, and imagine which one they are. It's theology, law, medicine, that's you, and philosophy in the broad sense. It gives me a great pleasure having the honor to open Professor Sauerborn's farewell ceremony. Mr. Sauerborn has been closely associated with Heidelberg University for almost 30 years, since 1996. His outstanding work in the field of climate change and public health has made him a pioneer and brought the topic closer to the people in both an academic and political context. Originally trained as a pediatrician, Mr. Sauerborn studied at prestigious universities in Heidelberg, Bonn, and London before completing his PhD in public health at Harvard University. From there, Numerous research trips and assignments took him to Africa and Asia, where he worked intensively on the effects of climate change on health. In the early 1980s, Rainer Sauerborn spent 3 years as district medical officer in Nuna, Burkina Faso, which gave him close ties to the country. And a very warm welcome also to the guests of Burkina Faso. He is also a member of the prestigious Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, that renders the famous climate reports on global warming. Mr. Sauerborn has worked as a consultant for our federal government, was a visiting professor for global health and climate change in Umeå in Sweden, and currently teaches at the Centre Virchow-Villermé at the Sorbonne in Paris. There he also advised political decision makers at the COP21 in Paris, the Conference of the Parties 21 in Paris. Professor Sauerborn headed the Institute for Global Health at Heidelberg University Hospital and, after his retirement, has been a senior professor with us for several years. Mr. Sauerborn, you have shaped climate change research like no other. Today, we are gathered here to wish you farewell, but with the certainty that you will continue to conduct research and inspire young researchers to work on this important topic. It fills me with great joy that I was able to get to know you personally, and I have the privilege of delivering this greeting to you today, as we are also scientifically linked by the topic of climate change litigation. We wish you all the best for your future and continued success and enjoyment with your projects here at the Ruperto Carola. Thank you very much.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I deliberately did not introduce you the concept of the climate change. You know, he's an expert, and I wanted Rainer to at least, you know. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have a video link. Okay, video link, the medical director of the University of Heidelberg Hospital.
Lieber Herr Kollege Sauerborn, leider kann ich bei Ihrem Abschiedssymposium nicht persönlich dabei sein. Ich darf Ihnen aber auf diesem Wege im Namen des Klinikumsvorstands zu Ihrem veritablen wissenschaftlichen und ärztlichen Lebenswerk herzlich gratulieren und herzlich Danke sagen. Für das Universitätsklinikum Heidelberg, für Ihr Fach in Deutschland und international haben Sie Herausragendes geleistet zum Nutzen der Menschen und Gesellschaften. Nach Ihrem Studium und Ihrer wissenschaftlichen Ausbildung haben Sie nicht nur den Facharzt für Pädiatrie erworben, sondern auch den Master of Public Health sowie die Zusatzbezeichnung in der Tropenmedizin. Sie haben viel früher als andere, Medizin in einer globalen Perspektive gedacht und in vielfältigen wissenschaftlichen und strukturellen Engagements als Arzt, Wissenschaftler oder als Berater in Gremien ihre gewichtige Stimme gemeinsam mit wissenschaftlichen Fachgesellschaften und Verbünden erhoben und Konzepte geplant, entwickelt und umgesetzt, in genau diesem Sinn. Mit vielfältigen Forschungsprojekten waren sie national und international enorm erfolgreich, haben Fördermittel eingeworben, wichtige Publikationen veröffentlicht und dabei mit vielen Projektpartnern weltweit vieles organisiert und bewegt. Das Institut für Global Health haben Sie damit zu einer bekannten Marke mit großer internationaler Sichtbarkeit auf- und ausgebaut. Und dank Ihrer unermüdlichen Arbeit ist das Thema Public and Global Health, Gesundheit und Klima in der Medizin und Gesundheitswissenschaft, in Gesellschaft und Politik angekommen. Heute ist mehr denn je klar geworden, dass Klima und Gesundheit zusammen gedacht und global bearbeitet werden muss. Klimaschutz ist auch Gesundheitsschutz und Gesundheitsschutz wiederum umfasst auch den Klimaschutz, regional und weltweit. Denn Klimawandel kennt keine Ländergrenzen, Klimaschutz dagegen schon. Da gibt es noch viel zu tun. Aber mit Ihren Ideen und Überlegungen ergeben sich neue Erfordernisse und Handlungsstrategien für globale Verbünde und die nächste Generation an Wissenschaftlern und Ärzten, die ihr Thema weitertragen. Das Universitätsklinikum dankt Ihnen für die vielen Impulse und Ihre Überzeugungskraft und hat Ihr Thema auch zu dem seinen Thema gemacht. So haben wir eine Stabsstelle für Nachhaltigkeit und Klimaschutz aufgebaut, um Klimawandel und Gesundheit nicht nur gemeinsam zu denken, sondern auch praktisch auszugestalten und einen echten Beitrag auf dem Weg zum hoffentlich bald klimaneutralen Universitätsklinikum zu leisten. Lieber Herr Sauerborn, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, für Ihren Lebensweg, Herr Sauerborn, und auch für Sie und die weiteren Projekte, die Sie gewiss noch im Sinn haben, wünsche ich Ihnen alles Gute, heute ein schönes Symposium und Ihnen persönlich viel Gesundheit und jederzeit gute klimatische Bedingungen.
Thank you very much. So we now move to Professor Dr. Bernhard Eiter, who is the rector of the University of Heidelberg. Well, yes, because I know up to it's almost September 2023. Okay, well, okay. So, but he served for 3 terms. So for this meeting, if you can allow me to just still give him the honor, okay? And so Professor Eiter really served 3 terms here, and he became the director of the Institute of Geography for quite some time. And, well, he knew Rainer quite well. We worked together. And so by video link also, we will hear from him.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, liebe Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeiter und vor allen Dingen aber lieber Rainer. Rainer Sauerborn hat sich schon verabschiedet, aber verabschiedet sich jetzt nochmal. Und wir verabschieden damit ihn als einen der sehr prägnanten Kollegen hier der Universität Heidelberg. Wir tun das natürlich, oder ich vor allen Dingen, wir tun das mit einem lachenden und einem weinenden Auge. Auf der einen Seite verlieren wir einen liebgewonnenen Kollegen in den Ruhestand, nicht für immer, keine Sorge, zum Glück nicht. Auf der anderen Seite aber gewinnt er auch ein bisschen Freiheit für einen neuen Lebensabschnitt, in dem er die Wissenschaft nicht vergessen wird und nicht vergessen kann, da bin ich mir ganz sicher, in dem er aber doch ein neues Instrumentarium entwickeln wird, um sein Leben neu zu gestalten. Lieber Rainer, wir kennen uns nun seit rund 20 Jahren. Ich werde nie vergessen, als der Leiter des Forschungsdezernats der Universität Heidelberg anlässlich einer Ausschreibung des BMBF, das war das damalige BMBF Megacity-Programm, Kollegen angerufen hatte und zusammengeführt hat. Wir haben uns damals in der Villa Pönsken getroffen, um ein Konsortium auf die Beine zu stellen, um wettbewerbsfähig mit innovativen Ideen, mit neuen Ideen in den Wettbewerb im Rahmen dieses Megacity-Programms des BMBF einzusteigen. Es ging darum, die Zukunft von großen urbanen Agglomerationen zu untersuchen. Und wir haben uns damals besonders mit der Wasserversorgung von Urumqi in der chinesischen Provinz Xinjiang beschäftigt, der Wasserversorgung für eine wachsende Metropole und das unter gefährdeten Wasserressourcen, nämlich die Hauptquelle dieses Trinkwassers und des Bewässerungswassers für die Oase am Rand des Dschunggar-Beckens stammt ja aus dem Tianshan und vor allen Dingen aus dem Glacier No. 1. Wasserversorgung und Gesundheit war eines der großen Themen. Da haben wir uns kennengelernt und da glaube ich, zumindest von meiner Seite, haben wir uns auch schätzen gelernt. Später, nach meinem Wechsel ins Rektorat, habe ich verfolgt, wie du aus dem Begriff und aus deinem Feld Public Health mehr und mehr Global Health gemacht hast. Und heute weiß ich, dass du und viele deiner Kolleginnen und Kollegen eigentlich lieber und häufiger den Begriff Planetary Health benutzen. Man sieht also, es gibt nicht nur ein wissenschaftliches, sondern auch ein verbales Upscaling und das eben auch bei euch in eurem Institut, in eurem Forschungsfeld. Das ist letztlich aber Prävention in großem Maßstab. Prävention angesichts einer dynamisch sich verändernden Welt. Unser Raumschiff Erde ist heftigem Wandel unterzogen. Den gab es schon immer, auch da muss man sagen, als Geowissenschaftler, den gab es schon immer, aber er wird uns eben jetzt bewusster, vor allen Dingen, weil die Naturwissenschaften, die Geowissenschaften und Umweltwissenschaften auch immer mehr Wissen in die Diskussion einbringen können. Und die Gesundheit der Menschen spielt eben da eine ganz, ganz große Rolle. Das setzt aber voraus, dass man mit großer Offenheit an diese Thematik herangeht. Und auch die hatte ich immer geprägt. Offenheit, wie unser Wahlspruch der Universität heißt, semper apertus, immer offen. Offenheit heißt Nähe der Medizin zu den Geowissenschaften, zur physischen Geographie, Nähe zu den Umweltwissenschaften, auch hier auf dem Campus. Nicht zuletzt auch zum Heidelberg Center for the Environment, dem HCE, in das du dich, in das ihr euch sehr gut eingebracht habt. Es ist eines deiner großen Verdienste, dein Forschungsfeld hier an der Universität Heidelberg nicht nur intern, sondern auch international sehr gut positioniert zu haben und eure Kompetenzen vernetzt in sehr viele angewandte Fragestellungen eingebracht zu haben. Diese wissenschaftliche Qualifikation, diese wissenschaftliche Qualität verbindet sich auch mit dem Weitblick, der dich immer ausgezeichnet hat, auch was deine Nachfolge angeht. Mit den neuen Arbeitsgruppen um Till Bernighaus, aber auch mit den Arbeitsgruppen und der neuen Humboldt-Professur neben der von Till Bernighausen, die neue Humboldt-Professur um Joachim Röckleff, zeigt, wie stark vernetzt und wie offen auch gegenüber neuen mathematischen Methoden, Machine Learning und Ähnlichem, angesichts der großen Datenmengen, die erzeugt werden, du dich positioniert hast, ebenso mit deinen Gruppen. Nachwuchsförderung, Studierendenausbildung, auch das waren immer Felder, die du nicht vernachlässigt hast, denn du wusstest, dass die Kür des Hochschullehrers nicht darin besteht, Wissen bei sich selbst anzuhäufen, sondern Wissen generieren und weitergeben zu können, damit auch die nächsten Generationen den Staffelstab, den man übertragen hat, dann auch weiterführen können, zum Wohle nicht nur der Disziplin der Wissenschaft, sondern zum Wohle der Menschen und der Gesellschaften, die diese Menschen dann bilden. Mit zuweilen freundlicher Penetranz, mit stetem Durchhaltewillen, den Instrumenten eines Netzwerkers und nicht zu vernachlässigen, mit hohem persönlichen Einsatz hast du deine Anliegen vorgetragen. Bei den Stakeholdern im BMBF, in der EU, bei der UN, aber auch hier in der Universität und auch bei mir. Diese strategische Penetranz, dieses ständige Nachbohren hat dich ausgezeichnet und hat dir auch nicht nur einen, sondern sehr viele Erfolge verschafft. Dafür danke ich dir. Ich bin kein Rektor mehr, aber ich war es über 16 Jahre. Ich danke dir für die Universitäten auch persönlich, denn das zeichnet den großen Hochschullehrer aus. Dass der CO2-Ausstoß bei deinen vielen Reisen nicht unbedingt einen kleinen Fußabdruck hinterlassen hat, lassen wir mal dahingestellt, aber Opfer müssen irgendwo auch gebracht werden. Till Bernighausen, Joachim Röckleff und viele andere, die aus deinem Stall hervorgegangen sind, werden deinen Staffelstab nun weitertragen, dein wissenschaftliches Erbe vertiefen und weiterentwickeln. Und diese jüngeren Menschen zu beobachten, das wird dir sicherlich sehr viel Freude bereiten. Ich wünsche dir alles Gute für die Zukunft, für den neuen Lebensabschnitt und freue mich über jede Begegnung, die uns nochmal zusammenführen wird. Alles Gute und dem Auditorium der Festversammlung heute einen wunderschönen Tag bei der Vermehrung der Einsichten in ein aufregendes Forscherleben und die Zukunft von unserem Kollegen Rainer Sauerborn. Vielen Dank.
So, Rainer, that was a lot. We all thank you for your contributions. And to start the celebration, we'll now have the balafon. We have Brahima Jabate, okay, from Burkina Faso, right? Yeah. Okay. Ivory Coast and Burkina Faso and all that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Vielen Dank, vielen Dank. Thank you. That was great. And now we move to another talk, and we will now listen to Professor Ganten, who is the former CEO of the Charité and President of the World Health Summit. He's going to talk about health and well-being for all. But the title adds a German thing there, says, Was einer alleine beitragen kann. So it's both English and German, I hope.
Thank you very much. Already from the title you can see I did not know exactly what to expect. And I thought when I saw that the rector and the clinicum and everybody, the high officials of the university would talk, everything would be in German. So, but the title, as you have heard, is Health and Well-Being, was einer alleine erreichen kann, is a mixture of English and German, and I see Anneliese and other French speaking here, so we can change languages. Okay, so what I thought is ask the question, because I know Rainer for a long, long time. I know him longer than he knows me. I was in Heidelberg before he even knew about Heidelberg, that he would once end up here. And I knew his predecessor, who unfortunately cannot be here, Diesfeld, from the faculty. So my question is, who is Herr Professor Rainer Sauerborn? And as you can see, I've left the date of birth out. And of course, Neil Nisibene, and you know this fantastic classical auditorium, it will be all good things, Rainer, don't be afraid. And of course, we have already heard, and I'm not going to any details of the CV, he's a real, typical German institute director, has done everything you can do, and he has had guest professorships in various places in Sweden, Umeå and others, and Tufts University, Harvard, and so on, and you will hear about that, I'm sure. So I'm not going into detail. Importantly, and I think it's fantastic, that Burkina Faso is so present during this event here today, because this, of course, is a very important part of Rainer's life, and we already have heard about the climate, IPCC, and all the other things. So what Rainer really is, to answer the question, where is Rainer? He is a typical German professor, despite his international activities. He teaches to students, he likes to do that, and especially teaches about what he knows best, the interaction of climate and health. And as you can see, the curve, you don't have to read that, it goes up since Rainer entered the scene. Both the climate curve, these are the publications, and also the interrelationship of the connection, the nexus of climate and health as a combination. But in addition, and this is probably not typical for a German professor who is being honored in this old aula of the old Heidelberg University, where I'm so old, I already celebrated the 600-year anniversary here in this place. So Rainer, in addition to being a German professor, he's somebody with a lot of empathy. Otherwise, he would probably not have had so much activities in Burkina Faso and other places where health is not, present everywhere. And in addition, and that is important, he is a person who can change whatever the situation is. And some of you, I'm sure, have the experience. I don't name anybody, but who know how television works. If you have a green background, you can change the background with every scenery behind. And there, Rainer is a fantastic person to do that. He always has this kind of background setting which can be adapted to any kind of situation. And I'm coming back to that one. So I continue asking the question, who is Rainer? But I kind of go into a little bit more detail. Wer ist unser Rainer, who is our Rainer, and who is mein Rainer? So it'll be either, you know, the collegial kind of academic part, and the other part is the very personal aspect of Rainer. And so I'm not going into too much detail because what I see, most of the people know the scientific career and everything is accomplished. But one point which I really witnessed, I was here in Heidelberg, for those who, I don't expect anybody to know me, but I've come from Montreal to Heidelberg in 1973. And at that time, Professor Diesfeld was the person who was kind of representing what they called at that time tropical medicine. And that was really a side aspect of the faculty at all. Diesfeld was a wonderful person, but he needed friends in order to support tropical medicine. You know, other areas like pharmacology, I'm a pharmacologist, were the classical areas who try to get all the support of the faculty. Diesfeld was very quiet, wonderful, nice, excellent scientist who was highly admired by everybody. And the transition from Diesfeld to Rainer Sauerborn was typical in the faculty. It was very, what we call smooth, but you know, it's a word which transcribes much more than that. Wonderful transition from topical medicine to a new topic, global health, which part of, you know, tropical medicine, of course, part of it. And the same is true, and this is again a collegial type, you know, and I saw from Berlin at that time, the transition from Rainer to Till Berninghaus, sitting there and going to talk, again, was a very friendly and wonderful, smooth. This is not typical, and this is, I think, wonderful and kind of a sign of how Rainer works and how efficient he is. And then, of course, he did what we all do. We try to get grant money and whatever, and we try to establish networks, and Rainer did that, and I'm not going to too many details. But one point is important, has been mentioned by the previous speakers, but cannot be overestimated. And that is, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, 17, and climate is number, till? Number one in the risk factors. Number 13, correct? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But the Sustainable Development Goals, health is number 3. Education is number 4. Okay, and the Sustainable Development Goals, kind of very few people actually know how many we have, it's 17, but how much and how importantly they are interconnected. I'm going to back to that. And connecting climate and health was not self-understanding at all, and I think was a real major move, and this is, I think, one of the lasting points which Rainer, of course, others have supported, and this is closely linked to his scientific work. And I'm coming back to our French connection, and he even tried to convince the Pasteur Institute when we both were in Paris. Pasteur, of course, is an infectious disease institution, and convincing them, this huge institution, wonderful, great institution, convincing them that climate is so important also for infectious diseases and how closely they are interacting. This is something which cannot be overestimated, and this, of course, then went viral and via TV and everything. COP21 in Paris and all these things were important and importantly influenced by Rainer and, of course, his friends and groups which were close to that. And in addition to this academic influence, was wonderful to see, and this again is not commonplace and not usual for a German professor from Heidelberg to go abroad and go into Africa and other regions of the world which need advice and help. And these are pictures from Burkina Faso, of course, where he talked to people. He had many friends, and some of them are sitting here. Is one of you the person here on the photo? Yeah, that's what I thought. See? Great. Okay, so welcome in Heidelberg, but I'm sure you're not the first time here. Now, I'm coming closer to my personal interaction with Rainer. And this picture shows, of course, people from Burkina Faso and one person, Juliana Knob, whom I met 2 days ago, who is now in the Ministry of Health in Berlin, good friend of ours, and she sends her very best regards. And she told me how important it was for her to get in touch with you and to get the connection to Burkina Faso and get the experience of what needs to be done around the world to improve health for all. And of course, she is ready for a fantastic career. Now she is Referatsleiter in the BMG, and this is, I think, a good sign at this age that her career is not finished. So this is mein Rainer. When we met, this was actually at a conference in 2011 in City Hall here in the Convention Center, where I just passed with my bicycle, which is now under restoration. At that time was the Convention Center in Berlin, and Andy Haynes was one of the people I met, and I met Rainer at that time, and we got in closer contact. And this was actually my move into global health and understanding the interaction of climate health and change. And then we got together, and I see Annelies here, and we both liked French culture, and we like to speak French. And then this was at the 50th anniversary of the Élysée Treaty, which kind of was the friendship treaty between France and Germany. And we established an institution called the Centre Virchow-Villamé de Santé Publique, which at that time we thought would be the core of a European Institute for Public and Global Health. We did what we could, and I can mention that now we have, at the 60th anniversary of the Élysée Treaty, Macron and Chancellor Scholz established La Génération d'Europe, and we have prepared with Génération d'Europe a paper that this indeed should be continued and should be emphasized, and global health is, of course, a global task, and we are hopeful that this Centre Virchow-Villamé will further develop into European Health, Global Health Institute. And of course, there are a number of people being involved. Antoine Flahaut, I understand, will be talking to us via video, and many others who were participating. And the picture I showed you with the green screen was one of the shots for one of the massive open online courses which we produce for all areas of health, especially global health, planetary health, One Health, and various activities. And this is a picture of the official signing of the Treaty of the Centre Virchow-Villamé de Santé Publique. I'm not going to mention all the names because some of them, but you see one of the persons on this one here you may recognize, and Annelies is sitting in the audience. Okay, this was the Centre Virchow-Villamé, had the best office Europe, if I may say so, the world can offer. Right in the center of Paris, opposite of the Cathedral Notre Dame. So this is a view out of the window of the office on Notre Dame and in the Hôtel Dieu, which was one of the oldest hospitals in Paris, and now is going to be restored for new purposes. So this was wonderful. This was the office, and Rainer, of course, when he was on sabbatical there, he had a fantastic apartment where only few people have a chance to have an apartment right on the Seine River, and with a wonderful view and within walking distance to this office. It was a good time and very productive time, and all the MOOCs, the massive open online courses which we produced, I think hopefully changed the view of the world on global health in all the areas which we covered. And of course, there was hard work. And we had many seminars and many discussions, and this really was a time when global health in France, if I see that correctly, certainly in Germany, got accepted in the academic community more than just helping in some countries fight infectious diseases, but going beyond and making a major step forward. And the MOOCs, the online courses, I already mentioned. So finally, Rainer and myself, and of course many others sitting in the audience and not being here today, but with whom we collaborated, we, large community, developed the view that indeed we need a holistic picture of health in the world. It's climate, it's health, but it's education, it's healthy cities, it's mobility, peace and justice, and especially number 17, partnership for the goals. Everybody will have to work together, and we all have to see the whole picture in order to make progress, to make this world healthier, and to go beyond just our specialty. And this is easily said. It's not easily done, because we all have in our academic life and wherever we do, have our very specific topics. And sometimes we are so occupied and preoccupied that we don't have, or we think we don't have the time to go beyond, but we need. At that time, I had the privilege and the pleasure to make recommendations for the National Academy of Sciences Leopoldina. And I realized that really it was two worlds. One is the public health world, which is really, well, I don't have to explain, in Germany, kind of heavily influenced by history. I just mentioned the word Volksgesundheit, which you cannot translate in public health. So it was political and social and emotional antagonistic activities kind of combined in this area of activity. We finally managed that global health, planetary health, One Health is really one expression of seeing the whole picture, and Rainer and your participation and your help in the establishment of the World Health Summit, where everything was included academically also, but also politics, the private sector, which is not always too easily to include in academic activities, and civil society, all included, I think was an important step forward, and with the Heidelberg, Berlin, and other groups, and of course worldwide support, finally this became a corporate identity, if I may so, of Germany, really this multilateral international collaboration for humanistic goals. With our history, I don't think there's any better corporate identity for a country and for academia which you can imagine. Now, everything, of course, is hard work, tough discussions, but it's also pleasure, because if you have good friends, good colleagues, you sit together, and it's not only just academic discussions. You have to sit together and you have to build up trust within the community, but also beyond. That is the important moving thing. And trust, and at the same time, seeing the whole picture. And of course, it's not so easy as a person to describe that. There's one person who actually was the first to describe the cosmos as a whole. That was Alexander von Humboldt. He described geography. He described life in general, the plants, the animals, and man, and as one complex interaction of all these activities. This was Alexander von Humboldt. He was the first, and he gave the famous Cosmos lecture. This is a picture of the Chimborazo, which he climbed in 1802, 6,000 meters high. He would have needed oxygen. He did it without oxygen. Fantastic. Okay, tough work. And this influenced many of us, and influenced also then the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. We have to see the whole picture. And everybody can do his own job where he is best and where gets support from wherever institution he is working with. But then working together, seeing the whole picture, and then establishing partnership for the goals. That's what's needed, and that's what we have to aim for. And this, of course, is beyond science. It's beyond academia. It's beyond just acceptance by civil society. It's beyond commercial interest. This is a highly political question. And we're very happy in Germany with Chancellor Angela Merkel. He was personally extremely supportive of this idea of developing a corporate identity to enact and live the Sustainable Development Goals. She was the person who introduced health and climate into the G8, G20 process. And she actually encouraged us to establish the World Trade Summit in Berlin with regional meetings around the world. Now this is kind of, if you wish, the final talk of this Mein Rainer, how we kind of jointly developed our activities into, well, we were playing our part, but many people around the world joined, developed their own ideas, and it became one community to see what needs to be done. Final word is this Sunday, and there are some people I know who have the right, some of you have no right to vote in Europe, but some of you can. Okay, most of you sitting in the audience can. Europe was established, and this is now the political part. The final slide. Europe was established as a European Union for coal and steel, the so-called Montanunion. I'm not going into details there. This was the post-war period, post-World War II period. Now we need a European Union for health and Green Deal. The green is already there. There's a green strategy, okay? And everybody accepts that this needs to be accomplished, but health needs to be part of it because everybody understands health for himself, for his loved ones, and for the community. And this combination is kind of a summary of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. This can be voted for this Sunday, if you haven't done your vote yet by letter, okay? And this, from my point of view, is the conclusion for the future, Rainer, and jointly together, let's work for that. Europe is such an important region of the world with all the intelligence and all the culture and all the bad and good experiences where we can show an example and, of course, then establish partnership around the world, and global health is the way to do that. Thank you very much, and this is the beginning, Rainer, for the next steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goethe. Thank you. Thank you. Unser Rainer, our Rainer. And now, the gentleman who really thought it was an easy task to wear the shoes of Rainer. And so he was interviewed, and yeah, the job was given to him. And so now, Till is with us. I have known Till for, I think, about 2 decades now, when he was in South Africa as well. And yeah, ich hatte Glück gehabt. I did not do anything wrong to Till when he was in South Africa. Now he became the director here in Heidelberg, and we are together again.
Indeed.
Yeah. So Till,
Indeed.
it's good you're here, and we want to listen to you now.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Osman. Great to see you. Ali, Annelies, Professor Weller was here. Rainer. And Detlef, apologies, of course, the SDGs, but the numbering is sort of arbitrary. I was thinking what is most important in a ranking that makes meaning, and in the global burden of disease, it may not yet be published. Blood pressure has just been replaced by particular matter 2.5, PM 2.5, as the risk factor that induces most DALIs. The DALIs, as you know, are a global bad, and we want to eliminate them from this world. This is our task in population health. And now climate change and health, environmental health, pollution and health is the most severe risk factor for DALIs, for the bad that we don't want in this world. Also, Detlef, just an afterthought, so you'll be very happy to hear that we are chairing a new Lancet Commission on the EU Health Union, and would be fantastic to discuss with you and hear your thoughts and inputs. Rainer, I show the first paper that we worked together on. I'm not sure if you remember. It's highly cited, 300 citations. It helps our whatever age and so forth indices. And I remember we were sitting together in your house in the Klingelhüttenweg, and I had painstakingly in the library out there here extracted data from the history of the German social protection system, and we looked at what you see on the y-axis on the left-hand side, number of statutory sickness funds, and on the right-hand side, the average number that one fund insures. And when you see this reduction, this is sort of 5 years after Humboldt climbed the mountain, Detlef. So Bismarckian insurance reform, the world enters for the first time into a social health protection and insurance system, and we have 20,000 health insurance funds in Germany. We thought that number was wrong. And we looked at the number of insured, and it's so low, you cannot see it on that scale. It's maybe a few hundred people, maybe 50 people. So this is a transition, a remnant from the Middle Ages coming into Bismarckian era, where these small reciprocal societies, miners and woodsmiths, are helping each other. And now this massive reduction, and therefore for the first time risk pooling that can actually be effective. Risk pooling can only be effective in mass and in high diversity of people joining into a risk pooling. So a fantastic paper, and I still remember it's 22 years ago, and it's a good paper. It inspired the Lancet series that we led on the German health insurance system, or co-led. And where do I need to press? Here. This is the paper. And I just show this title because we titled it, Are There Any Lessons Learned? And I'm going to introduce now a few lessons, Rainer, that I think I've learned from you for life, for leadership, for work, for our professional engagement, and they're food for thought. I think they're good lessons, they're good qualities. We always can learn from mentors, leaders, supporters, friends, colleagues, and what would Rainer do? Maybe a good question. In this instance, what would Rainer do? And here's my first lesson, reinvention. So Rainer, Detlef, Professor Eitel have introduced him as a climate change and health researcher, and indeed, he has been very effective and important in that field, and it's a reason why Joachim Rockleff is here, and we have maybe 30 plus faculty who are working on climate change and health in their primary endeavor, and it makes us very specific and very strong in this world in research, and very important. But Rainer started out as a pediatrician, and he did tropical pediatrics, and he looked at risk factors for children, why are children dying, and he looked at measures of nutrition, MUAC. You did MUAC studies. So here's an example from that first phase of your research existence in the malaria journal. Yasume is the first author here, and it's on housing conditions and Plasmodium falciparum infection, protective effect of iron sheet roofs. And Rainer, you know, we're now working with these roofs, the mud brick roofs, the iron roofs. Cool roofs are effective, reducing also the malaria burden. We've shown that Aditi is leading that work, and we're even using the pictures from your paper here, at least in the initial grant application, not in the papers now. And then the second era of Rainer's really major contribution to the world, he was a health services and health systems researcher. And when I was recently in Melbourne, Rainer, you're very well known in Melbourne for some reason. Barbara McPake is a professor there now, and she remembered your influential health systems papers. You tend to forget them, the world hasn't. And here's an example, the 2 phases of enhancing utilization of healthcare services, determinants of patient initiation and retention in rural Burkina Faso, Frederick, Bokar, Hengjing, many friends and colleagues from the past. And then, of course, climate change and health. And this is a paper, you may have seen it, Rainer published a few days ago, a few weeks ago, I think, in Science of the Total Environment, high impact journal, on mental health and private and public emergency visits for mental health related or induced by heat. So a reinvention story, and tell me if I'm wrong here, but over 3 major eras in your scientific contributions, from pediatrics in low and middle income countries to health system, health services research, very important, still very much cited today. You worked on community-based insurance with Manuela in Burkina Faso. You worked on health insurance, health protection systems, and now more recently, and of course with major impact, climate change and health. So reinvention is the first lesson I take from you. The second lesson is attraction, and Professor Eitel, Detlef have talked about that. You have been successful, and that's a sign and a quality of a successful leader. You have attracted talent to HI. I'm very grateful. As you know, we've grown from 40 people 7 years ago to 180 research faculty, and of course, your vision and your culture at HI have allowed us to do that. We are attractive, we are intrinsically motivated, we are a very good institute regarding our culture, which you have created. So here are a few of the over 50 PhD students that you have attracted to HI. Manuela, I see you. Manuela, as you know, is now professor of global health at HI, and one of the world's best known for low and middle income countries healthcare financing experts, health economics, healthcare financing experts. One of your doctoral students, Tintin Su, we saw today, she's now leading the SICO, the Southeast Asian Community Observatory in Malaysia, and a professor at Monash University, another doctoral student. Aditi Bunker is leading our research group and emerging as a major force in climate adaptation research, another one of your doctoral students with wonderful results in many adaptation, heat adaptation, climate change and health adaptation studies. Yasume is a global force. He's the co-director of ICF, which of course gifts us the Demographic and Health Service, DHS. He's leading for the presidential campaign in the US the Malaria Indicator Service, and a former doctoral student of Rainer. Alina Hermann, also emerging as a major force in Germany in research on climate change and health, and our CEO, Professor Autenried, Ingo, talked about your work. He didn't mention you by name, but it is your work working with Rainer, with others on the CLEO project, making our university clinic net zero, or at least green, and much better than we've been before. Dung Heung Jin, I just picked 8. I apologize to everyone who is not named here, more than 50 PhD students, but Dung is now the Vice Provost of Zhejiang University. He was previously the Director of the Health Policy Center in China's third best university in Zhejiang province. Raisa is here, and I think will speak later, Raisa, so I'll leave that to you to talk about your fantastic work with us and at the University of Bonn more recently. And then Patricia, I'm sure, is here, is also emerging in climate intervention, climate resilient health systems work in low and middle income countries. And it shows the breadth of geographical and cultural background. Rainer, the vast majority of your students are from everywhere, right? They are from Asia, they're from Africa, and you've given us talent that continues to be very, very impactful. So my second lesson learned here was attraction. The third one is your intrinsic motivation, and our rector talked about it. Detlef, it came out in your talk, and I just want to share this picture, right? So we see, just look at Rainer's face, we see the passion, it's real. If we read the text here, health as a positive leverage for climate policy, protecting health, the most important motivation for people to act against climate change. So it is intrinsic and therefore powerful. You have purpose in your life, you have passion, and that's the biggest motivator. And that makes us strong in the end in attracting talent, but also in working 10, 12 hours per day. And never giving up, I think the rector mentioned it, maybe also our CEO, the persistence. It's a very good trait, and it has served us extremely well, and I'm very grateful, Rainer. Detlef, you mentioned that it's actually rare that there's such a smooth transition and such a joint fighting spirit. And Rainer, I shared that with you when I was starting to come to Heidelberg. I had calls from a few colleagues, and they said, wonderful that you're going to Heidelberg, Till. What a fantastic win for Heidelberg. But I heard the old director will remain at Heidelberg in the same institute. That's never a good idea, and you have to get rid of him. And I thought they don't know Rainer, or at least they don't really know Rainer. And of course, it was the right decision. We've been very strong at HI with you, and you will continue to support us, and with never-ending persistence. And I really admire that, despite naysayers, despite negative vibes from there or from there, just pressing on, because the underlying purpose is far stronger than those irrelevant little hurdles that occur on occasion. So your persistence and never giving up, a major inspiration for me, and I think for all of us. Energy, Detlef, you've shown some slides, Rainer's energy in presenting, but energy now at age 71, as old as the European Union, roughly 72, and we are there, and Rainer claims he's retiring, and we are really discussing Cheers, Rainer's next movement, next major initiative. You see here the complexity of it. It's a wonderful vision, very much linked to what Joachim is doing, what Trish and many others are driving forward, Sandra Barthet leading climate change and health, measurement and interventions following from a deeper understanding of the climate impacts on human health. And finally, retirement. We heard it before, so you don't really want to retire, Rainer. We've said goodbye before. This is a few years ago. We'll do it again. My suspicion is, Rainer, and it's another major lesson learned, you just like a good celebration, a good party, and inviting friends, Bokar, Ali, Osman, from all over the world for fun and joint activities, and we will have the same meeting again in 3 years' time, I promise you. So, in summary, here is the reinvention, attracting, intrinsic motivation, never giving up, energy, and retirement. Thank you, Rainer.
Excellent. That was excellent. I didn't know Rainer could have all of those. Well. The only thing Till did not do is that with all the listing, he forgot about me. My publications with Rainer. Good point. But what is going to happen now is that there's a gentleman who actually worked so close with Rainer. And sometimes they say you step on people's toes, and he would say, "Oh, Rainer, you missed this one. Step on the other one." A very cool gentleman, and I also got to work with him. He was my direct supervisor when I was a postdoc here. And now we are going to listen to Professor Dr. Heiko Becher.
Yeah, dear Rainer, dear Esa, dear colleagues and friends, it's a real pleasure for me to be here now and to say a few words. If you anxiously look at your watch, I'm known for being very brief, and this is no exception. I will talk not about your scientific achievements, Rainer. Others have done that before and others will do that after me. I will rather give you some personal remarks on our joint activities that we had over the last decades. As not everybody may know, I was your deputy from 1999 till 2014, and I really have very, very good memories on this time. And I'm saying this although it was quite exhausting from time to time to be your deputy, I can tell you. But then I moved to be director of my own institute in Hamburg in 2014, and then I realized that it makes a difference to be a deputy or to be the director, and it's quite more challenging, and you manage that over decades, and I can appreciate even more after having been a director what that was. So, as I said, I will touch upon some things away from scientific issues. Well, in recent years, it has been, people have been talking more and more about work-life balance. And if you can trust the reports that are in the press, that mainly applies to the young generation, to whom it's said to be increasingly important. And the two of us, we are not anymore part of this young generation. Well, in my academic career, I've met a few colleagues for whom it was only work and very little life. And I always felt a little pity of them. And even though they may have been scientifically very successful, I felt rather pity of them, but they missed a lot. And Rainer, we know each other now for 25 years, and I've always had the feeling that you have always successfully endeavored a good work-life balance. And as a sabbatical now and then, for example, in Umeå, as I've done so as well with our friend Stig Wall, who can unfortunately not be here today. Well, that contributes to a good work-life balance. And that may have been one of the reasons that you still look as if you were a long way from retirement. And as we have heard before, you're not really retiring. We all know that. A few personal remarks. You have lived your love for Africa, and you've passed that on to others, for example, to me. And I very well remember our first trip to Nuna. That was in 1999. The SFB grant has just been approved, and it was the first time for me to be in Africa, to see the villages on the way from Ouagadougou to Nuna. And we were sitting in a car on a dusty road, dust everywhere, and you explained me on the road the houses and the form of the houses and the shape, and you told me this house, this tribe lives in that house because you can recognize this from the shape of the house. And that was one of the experiences that we got on our first trip. You lived in Nuna, and you were very well known in the population in Nuna and in the surrounding villages. We once visited Burasso, the next village on the way from Nuna to Ouagadougou, and we were received with honor or you were mainly received with honor, and I felt like being a part of your entourage on the way over there. Well, another thing that I would like to mention is your hospitality. We were so often in your house with parties, be it summer parties or being Christmas party. Esa and you were wonderful hosts, and your children as well. You always, not always you were there, but from time to time you were also there. The kitchen sometimes looked like a battlefield afterwards. And well, I'm actually not sure whether you cleaned the kitchen afterwards. Either may be able to tell that. Anyway, these parties in your house that contributed to the good atmosphere that we had among the staff of the Institute, despite all the difficulties that also existed. But that was, I felt, very important to keep a good atmosphere in the Institute. Well, another love that we both share is a love of music. I remember very well when we had the farewell and the retirement party of Andreas Ruppel. We both played a piece on this very piano, and by coincidence we both played a piece of Debussy. And today I would like to pick up on that with the support of Stefan, who's sitting. There he is. Okay. Since I've somebody who supports me, you probably won't hear so many mistakes that I cannot avoid. So, dear Rainer, I wish you a long-lasting future, and that the pendulum swings a little more into the life, but still there will be a good part of work, and I think that's good. We need that for our future life, and I think, as it was said before, we may meet here again in 5 years or so for a final farewell party, and I'm looking forward to that already.
Vielen Dank, Heiko. So now we will hear from Heiko and Stefan Kloner. Yeah. Okay.
You know the piece, you probably can guess what it is.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Dankeschön, Heiko. So now the program, I asked them to include something here, but they did not. So we are going to have somewhere a poem. That's going to be a surprise. It's not part of the program. Okay, so there's going to be a surprise. So where are the guys? You can go up so that they can see you. Who wants to start?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay.
So we still need Sandra and Raisa
Sandra is here. Okay.
and
Can you-
Edmund. Is he there?
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Okay, so the next one. Yes, I've got this. You said you're next to Edmund, and you have to give the text to Raisa. Trish, you need to be between them. So we did not rehearse, but we will of course do it anyway. You are after Raisa. Yeah. And you stand after Sandra, and Sandra gives the paper to you. Okay. So. Okay, Rainer, I think we have heard a lot about your wonderful work, and I think one thing is that you always had a lot of creativity. So we try to do something creative for you, and it will be a poem. So, dear Rainer, they say it is the biggest threat of the 21st century, and that we need to keep it below 1.5 degrees. The climate is changing, and it is not only impacting wealth, it's impacting our individual and public health. You have said so for more than 20 years, and many thought that's one of Rainer's crazy ideas. But together with Tony, Andy, and Chris, you have been one of the first not to miss that research on climate and health is needed, and one really has to say that you have succeeded. Together with friends from Norway, Sweden, and France, 10 years ago, the HOPE project looked at the chance that informing households about a mitigation action's health co-benefit would motivate them to reduce their carbon footprint a bit. We found that for actions regarding housing and food, households in our health information group were closer to reach that reduction aim, at least in our simulation game.
How much CO2 does a hospital emit? You ask it too early, at least a bit. A few years later, the time had come, then we found funding with a sufficient sum. Now there's a law to report CO2. Great that hospitals know how to do. We developed a tool as you supposed. Scope 1, 2, 3, all is disclosed.
From the heat of Africa to Asia's rains, we study health impacts, gains and strains. In COP discussions with boxed wine cheers, we work on global health solutions for the coming years.
Also a brilliant pedagogue with love for Molière's prose, all this came alive at Centre Virchow-Villermé, where knowledge grows. At CVV, you left such a strong mark on us. You were really the master of MOOC. And it didn't matter the energy it took, the interest of students always came first. Of course, you might retire now, but students will continue, to learn online from your teaching for a few decades. That's really far-reaching. When in Paris, you could almost pass for a Parisian, the Franco-German friendship here stands.
You never forgot your small garden in Nuna, nor the struggles of the hard-working farmers. The climate hardship grip made you ask the question, can we give hope despite the despair? Drawing from your experience in health insurance, you pushed for crop insurance, a lifeline cast. Though harvest fails, bellies won't go hungry. The little ones will continue enjoying their rice sauce pat arishid.
And it doesn't stop at research, we were happy to see. You were always willing to engage in climate advocacy. At COPs in Glasgow, Sharm el-Sheikh and Dubai, you never let leaders like Obama, Kerry or Merkel pass by. Without asking what they are doing for the planet and health, you are not a German professor who just sits on the shelf. At COP, your passion, humour and energy will be greatly missed, yet in our hearts you'll always top the VIP list.
I read this on behalf of Ina, who unfortunately could not join. And she says, who can convince DFG to fund an applied research project in Africa? That is Reiner with his stamina. How can a person unite different research fields? Reiner formed this consortium by being socially skilled. What could make him hand over his baby into my hands? It was resilience to technical link-ups and Reiner's discovery of this by chance. Few people will travel 6 hours to coach a future professor through her talk. Reiner will do that for you. And I'm glad that he has built this as a crosswalk.
And this is from Kira Vinke. From coffees at the COP to songs outside huts. From roads lined with mango trees to hallways in the Ivy Leagues. We spread the word on climate, hoping we could time it, before the crisis hit, but some fires lit. Then we looked for migration and found some revelation. But on the way appeared a man who volunteered, his time and understanding, while also demanding, to include health and see why people flee. We learned a lot and hoped a lot and still do, thanks to a friend like you.
Last minute, change of plans, chaos. Working with a professor, doctor, and boss was not for the faint-hearted. But somehow, things got started. Be it a research center in a rural Burkina area, short courses, BTI against mosquitoes and malaria, community-based health insurance, attracting humble professorships more than once, in some, charisma and power of persuasion, inspiring a new scientific generation.
And this is for Aditi. 2 days after starting my PhD, you got me on a flight to Burkina. Little did I know this would change my schema. You, Ali, and the Nuna team had worked so hard to create the HDSS, track population health, and safeguard. The parties in Nuna were amazing and like no other. It was clear that you and Ali were brothers. In Nuna, we discovered that extreme heat was causing premature mortality on the streets. This made me so frustrated. I wanted to find solutions so people's lives wouldn't be wasted. This was a mission that you inspired. The next part is surreal, but it did transpire. You visited me a few days after my baby was born and said I should write the DFG grant. Was this a new drawn? It was tough to write 2 months after becoming a mother. But your advice was right for me. The Cool Roof project with Till and Ali emerged from it like no other. And now we shape global adaptation to climate change, so the most vulnerable don't feel shortchanged. To you and ESA, I owe so much. Thank you for gracing high with your magic touch. We probably did not count every project, and although more peace and calm should now be your prospect, we bet you have even more ideas, probably enough for the coming 20 years. Yet for now, we want to say thank you for all your creativity, enthusiasm, and support from all of the Climate Change and Health crew.
Thank you. Thank you. Grazie. Thank you. Dankeschön. Thank you. So now we are going to go out a little bit. For people who have worked with Rainer over the years, who are experts in their fields, and we have some video to listen to what people like Chris Eby, Andy Haynes, and the others have said. And we are starting with Christy Eby. Yeah.
Rainer, you are far too young to retire, although your scientific accomplishments suggest that you are much older. But congratulations. I am sorry I can't be there to join the celebrations. I know that others will extol your seminal accomplishments in promoting the health and well-being of the most vulnerable. You have an endless enthusiasm for discovery, new science, new perspectives, new challenges, new colleagues. It's hard to imagine where African health science would be today without the training you conducted, insights generated, and collaborations developed. You showed how much difference one individual can make. Personally, it was a pleasure serving with you on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Fifth Assessment Report. Your perspectives were very helpful to shaping an excellent chapter. But science is only one metric of accomplishment. You have endless enthusiasm for making the most of life, maximizing inclusion along the way. You generously welcome everyone into your activities, and your parties are legendary. You ensure that everyone has fun. Who could forget that midsummer party in your little red house just outside Umeå? It was a perfect midsummer evening, warm, clear skies, a group of friends. You cooked a fabulous meal, including a cioppino. And you made 3 desserts, including a rhubarb crumble. When it was served and everybody started eating, you said you picked the rhubarb yourself from your garden. Joachim looked very concerned and asked whether you picked the rhubarb that was in one corner of the garden or a very similar looking poisonous plant that was in another part of the garden. You weren't quite sure. Fortunately, it was rhubarb, otherwise it would have been quite a disastrous evening. Another recollection I have is of one of the many parties you organized in the castle. You've always loved pyrotechnics, and you had a surprise set of fireworks, except the fireworks set alight some of the plants. You were very fortunate that nothing much happened, but then you always do seem to be lucky. I very much look forward to continuing our collaborations as you transition into whatever your next role is going to be. There's so much that you have to bring to the world. Your deep expertise and understanding of the challenges we're facing with climate change and global health. And so I look forward to seeing where that takes you next. Thanks much, and I look forward to catching up soon.
And I had the opportunity to work with Christy as well. You know, if you work with Rainer, you have all this opportunity. And that IPC chapter, I think we wrote it together. Yeah, I wrote it. So you have to say it. Okay. All right. So now we move over to Professor Dr. Andrew Haynes. We usually would call him Andy Haynes. So Sir Andy Haynes, the former director of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, who also worked with us here in Edinburgh for quite a while. And I think there was a time he hosted us in London. Yes, okay. So, over to Andy Haynes.
Rainer, I'm so sorry that I can't be with you, but I did want to send my sincere appreciation for all the contributions to our professional life the knowledge that you've generated over the years, the extraordinary creativity, the support that you've given so many people, and also for your wonderful personal qualities. And when I look back across your extraordinary contributions in your CV, I'm really struck that you're such an outstanding polymath, but a polymath with a purpose. You have a stellar academic record, Institute of Child Health, Harvard, obviously Heidelberg, but also a real commitment to making a difference on the ground. And that's exemplified by your outstanding commitment to Nuna in Burkina Faso, where you started as a district medical officer for 3 years, but you continued over so many decades working to support research, but research that really makes a difference to those most disadvantaged people. You've also shown that you're not afraid to change your focus, and I was interested to see that in your early career, you changed from oncogenes in 1984 to mid-upper arm circumference as a valid proxy measure of birth weight in only 3 years. And I think that's really commendable to show that vision and that flexibility which has marked your career. You've never been frightened or concerned about trying out new ideas, new arenas for excelling and generating new knowledge and applying new knowledge. But at the same time, you've always striven for academic excellence in whatever you do. I also think you're a very impressive combination of both convergent and divergent thinking. And of course, many researchers practice convergent thinking for much of their research career. They focus on a relatively small topic, sometimes learning more and more about less and less, we might say rather cynically. But that's certainly not true of you. You've always embraced new ideas, new concepts, and I think you've carried many people with you on that journey. You've had this deep commitment to capacity strengthening, to bringing on new early career colleagues. It's extraordinary to see how many completed dissertations, I guess it's well over 50 by now, that you've actually supervised. Many of them have had outstanding theses. And you've also mentored many colleagues who've gone on to be professors and fulfill other major roles. But it's not just, of course, generating the kind of evidence and outstanding academic quality. It's also a commitment to ensuring that the evidence gets into policy and practice. And I was reminded of this when I looked at some of your earlier papers on, for example, the quality of prenatal and maternal care, bridging the no-do gap, the QUALMAT study, which was really committed to evaluating clinical decision support systems for rural sub-Saharan Africa. And the work you did very specifically on diseases like malaria, the challenge of implementing a large-scale larviciding campaign against malaria in rural Burkina Faso. And I think that's something that researchers often forget, the importance of actual implementation of research findings. It's very easy to stop at generating the evidence or even getting it into policy. But if you want to make an impact, then the key issue is, can it be implemented at scale on the ground in very difficult circumstances? And you haven't shied away from that kind of work. You've also, I think, been very unusual in that you've combined research on very specific diseases like malaria, where you've had many decades of experience, to research on health systems, including the economic impacts of healthcare, the role of health insurance, including ranging from studying the relevance of the German system in the context of China, for example, but also the performance of community health insurance in developing countries in low-income settings. And in particular, a paper that really caught my eye was that evidence from the randomized controlled trial you did on community-based insurance rollout, again in rural Burkina Faso. And in that trial, of course, showed us that just the provision of health insurance, basic health insurance, may not necessarily translate into improved care. And so there are a large number of contextual factors that we need to take into account that affect health-seeking behavior within households and communities. And that's a really important reminder against kind of in very simplistic interpretations of this kind of research. But around about 2007, I think it was, you really began to get interested in global environmental change. And I remember a number of papers of yours. There was one on meteorological factors, on the influence of meteorological factors on clinical malaria risk amongst children. And there was another kind of more of a think piece on an agenda for research and teaching on global environmental change. You undertook a number, or you coordinated a number of important systematic reviews with colleagues. One was on the impacts of climate change on undernutrition, which is a crucial and often understudied area. And the other was the effects of temperature on climate-sensitive mortality and morbidity outcomes in the elderly. Again, at the time, relatively neglected. You also were committed, I think, to doing something to reduce the risk of environmental change, for example, through improving the effectiveness of syndromic surveillance, such as the work you did in rural China on improving early warning systems of epidemics in that context, and looking at climate change policies in, I think it was 16 West African countries, particularly focusing on adaptation in agriculture, food security, and nutrition. But you didn't just stop, again, at generating and implementing evidence. You also had a strong commitment to education. One example of that would be your work on massive open online courses on the health impacts of climate change that you did when you were based in Paris. And that, I'm sure, has subsequently drawn many, many hundreds, perhaps thousands of people, I don't know, to use and to watch those open online courses that have opened their eyes about the impacts of climate change on health. And not just, your focus wasn't purely on low-income countries, of course, you also sought to understand and to study how populations in high-emitting, high-consuming countries in Europe, for example, how they perceived climate policies, climate mitigation policies in many cases, and also emphasize the importance of understanding people's motivations if we are to accelerate the uptake of low-carbon policies in high-income countries. So you've made many, many contributions, and you and I, of course, worked closely together in 2014 on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, where you were a coordinating author, a lead author. I think that was quite a taxing process in many ways, but we learned a great deal working through the literature on the topic and publishing what I hope and think was quite an exhaustive review of the state of the science at the time. But you've also had, of course, a big vision of how to engage colleagues around the world, but in Europe as well, to coordinate global health activities amongst academic institutions in Europe. We set up together that European Academic Global Health Alliance to try and bring together our colleagues in Europe, working with colleagues in TropMed. It was sometimes felt a bit like herding cats, but I hope that it did have a long-term impact on the important landscape for global health in Europe. But finally, Rainer, I just want to pay tribute to you as an individual, as a person, your humanity and warmth, your friendship. I think we all admired the enduring commitment to improving the health of the disadvantaged populations now and in the future, your openness to new ideas, your innovative perspective on many topics, but also your profound personal kindness and your support of many of us, both junior and senior colleagues. And in particular, I know that Paul Wilkinson's family, deeply appreciated the way in which you attended his funeral when we lost him in such an untimely way last year. So let me conclude, Rainer, by thanking you for all the contributions you've made. We all admire the extraordinary breadth and depth of your activities. You have left an enduring legacy, and I'm sure that you will continue to do so. I once said to my elderly late father-in-law, he was 98 years old as his birthday, and I said to him, well, you're almost mature now. and he looked at me and he said, I never want to be mature. And I think that's an important lesson. You're not 98 yet, Rainer, but I think it's such an important lesson for all of us, which I'm sure you will exemplify. That need to keep fresh and open, warm, inclusive as you go forward in the next stage of your career. So thanks so much for everything, Rainer. I'm so sorry I can't be with you, but I do look forward to meeting you again before too long. Bye.
It's heartwarming, Rainer. And it's not just now from the UK, we even now move to Geneva. And we will have Professor Dr. Antoine Flachert, who is the director of the Institute of Global Health, to say a few words about Rainer.
Dear Rainer, dear colleagues, I am very sad not to be with you, and I miss a lot this event you are organizing for Rainer's farewell. Rainer has been a very, very good friend, particularly when we had these close interactions through the Centre Virchow-Villermé in Paris. Rainer speaks an excellent French, much better than my German, it's not difficult. And he has always expressed a lot of open-mindedness, a lot of friendliness, and also a lot of willingness to understand better the others. And he loves Paris and the French people, and he is also very respectful. He has probably learned French mostly in Burkina Faso when he spent a lot of time for his research work in the field, and he brought such experience on the health in Africa, but also the consequence of climate change, which is a bit unfair because it really attacked a lot people in Africa and health in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. I was very happy to learn with him the way we are doing MOOCs, the massive online open courses, because it is really something which is close to Rainer's mood and Rainer's spirit, reaching massively students and participants. It's the first objective of these MOOCs, but also being open, being free, being accessible to everyone without any resource conditions, and to be online, to take advantage of all these new technologies which may be so helpful when you are in a remote part of the world to learn and to have and to benefit from continuing education. And Rainer has always joined his efforts with the force, the strength of science. And by creating in a visionary way the Institute of Global Health at Heidelberg, I just mimic him in Geneva here, he was visionary and he implemented an equal view, an equal sharing of the advance of science in epidemiology, in sociology, in economics. He has a doctoral doctoral degree in Harvard in health economics. So he really, as a physician, as a medical doctor, wanted to cross boundaries and to implement global health in the field with all the transdisciplinary actions he can lead from this University of Excellence in Heidelberg. So I was so pleased to work with Rainer for these times. Very happy also to know that his successor is so brilliant and so successful because Rainer has really put the seeds in the good earth. And thank you a lot, Rainer, for everything you brought to us, to all of us, to your students, to your colleagues, and to your friends. And enjoy a very good farewell today and the day after. Goodbye.
And we have heard a lot about Burkina Faso, about Nuna, about the relationship, the Institute, and the people of Burkina Faso, especially those in Northwest, at the Nuna Health Research Center. So, and that's why I am extremely happy and delighted that we have here with us the first director of the Nuna Health Research Center, who works closely with ICO, with Rainer in this case, and of course also his successor is with us, and we have the gentleman and the wonderful thing that was shown here earlier on today. So they are not going to do a video, they have come themselves. They are here with us. Thank you very much. Dr. Buka Kouyaté.
Thanks, Osman, for this nice introduction. The title of my presentation is more than just research, because talking about Rainer is not an easy task. And you will understand, maybe agree with me by the end of this presentation, if Rainer, what we did together is just research or no more than research. How to move this? Help? Okay. Now, let me give more detail on the beginning of this story, because it is 1999 when Rainer and myself we met the first time. This is 45 years now. And this is because a collaborative work set up by Germany and Burkina Faso to work together to improve the life condition of the population in Burkina Faso. And this is based on the strong partnership with 4 pillars: share objective and expectation, share risk and profit, and own something in common, and mainly the trust. And this is the most important pillar in the collaboration. And from our friend Goran Thompson, say always trust, 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 if you want to make a collaboration. And what happened? Yeah. From 1999 to 1982, Rainer was a German volunteer. This is the beginning of the collaboration of Rainer in Nuna Medical Center. That time we didn't know the district, and Rainer was there to provide care to the population. And also he paid some time the care for population from his own pocket. And this is a true story you have to report. And he was very, very well integrated within the community. And I remember that time I was a medical student, working at the medical center, and time to time I went to Rainer house. We are going to community to drink some dolo, and you know the dolo is a beer, the local beer in Burkina Faso, and we never get drunk. You can't believe me, and yeah, that was the story. And then comes the Solenze study in 1984 to 1985. And this was health system research in Solenzo district. That time I was a medical doctor in Solenzo, and Rainer came with Professor Disfeld. You can see the picture. And Dr. Adrien Nuktara, you can say thanks to them for what they did for this study. And I want also to mention 3 students. The first student from the medical faculty of Ouagadougou, I think that time the medical faculty of Ouagadougou are just 3 years. And these 3 students was the first person to do health system research and to write the doctoral thesis. And Raisha can recognize his father in this picture. And the study was about effectiveness of primary health care, and also what about the acceptance by the population. Because of the study, the result from the study, the Minister of Health was convinced to go for research on to accept the research as development tool. And that way, they agreed to set up a project called PRAPAS. PRAPAS is the action research to improve social health services in the remote rural area. That was in 1992. And this research was mainly about operational research, population-based research. And that's the time where we create this DSS, this is Demographic Health and Demographic Surveillance Site in Nuna. After 7 years, everybody felt that's a too long life for a project. We should change now. And then we went to transform the project into a research institution in 1999 with the agreement of the minister. And there was a signed agreement between the Department of Tropical Hygiene and the Minister of Health to transform this, the project into an institution. Then we had a hard time because you need to set up the research infrastructure. We need also to look for staff. You have to look for funding. Thanks to God, that time SFB 544 was set up, and the land of Bad Württemberg agreed to give a grant to the center to be developed. And by doing this, we linked clinical research to set up clinical research in Nuna. We link also climate. We talk a lot about this, climate data to this DSS. And also, Rainer was a pioneer in implementing community-based health insurance in Nuna. And I may say, nowadays, the finding from this research help Burkina Faso to set up the universal health coverage, and we are very happy about that. Rainer also was involved in research management because beginning of this new research health center, it was not an easy task. And Rainer was member of the Nuna Management Committee and also contribute to research portfolio orientation, and we work on malaria, HIV, and many more teams. He gave also a contribution to the ethics committee because when we start this collaboration, there is no ethics committee in Burkina Faso. I may say that. That's the Nuna Health Research Center who set up a local or a institutional ethics committee, and from this ethics committee, we went slowly to the National Ethics Committee, and that was a contribution from Nuna. And he support also the expansion of a Nuna research partnership, because this is where we want to know people from Sweden, from France, even from Germany, other research centers. And RENA was also a founding member of In-Depth Network. This is the biggest network of health and demographic surveillance around the world. I don't know how this finished, but at the time I am living, it was more than 41 GSS sites in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and Papua New Guinea. RANA was also very, very instrumental in capacity building in Nuna and in Burkina. He tried to diversify our research agenda, looking for research, not only public health research, but also biological, clinical research. He developed also the infrastructure and equipment and the environment of research. Because many times when people are talking about research, they are talking about infrastructure, equipment, and stuff. But we also have to talk about the environment, because if you don't have a good environment to make people confident, to help them to do what they have to do, and all these things, you cannot have good research. He developed also joint publishing and proposal writing. He was very committed in new generation training, and also he trained a lot of people, master, PhD, and all this in Nuna. One quality of Rainer was his strong social commitment. That's why I say whether you are in Nuna, Heidelberg, or elsewhere, Rainer has always brought people together around him, and you enjoy life. One thing also is a smooth transition from top management. This is Rainer, myself, and Ali. This is in Heidelberg here. The transition between Rainer and Till in Heidelberg here. Transition between Ali and Rainer in Nuna, because they did this. Now, we are also a new generation of researchers that are coming up, and that's a good thing. Rainer also liked to play politics. Time to time, he met the Minister of Health of Burkina. He came to visit Heidelberg, and Rainer went to Burkina. He met the Minister of Health there, and he went to Burkina also. He met the Minister of Health, and also he met also the Minister of Research in Burkina Faso. But this is a good politics, because it is always to improve the collaboration between the research center and the whole entire minister, to make sure that the policy we are setting up can be followed by the research center. To sum up, I may say that there is a good integration of research and the social environment with Rainer. There is a great community immersion, and also he adopted local culture in Burkina Faso, and he was named Rainer Traoré de Bourasso, not only Sauerborn. This, what Rainer did so far, and all these achievements need a good support from his family. Thanks to Esther, to the children, namely Jan, Jan, Timmy, Ella, and Maida. But this is not by age, but I just give the list like this. And also a good support from the research team. I can see some of the research team here, Olaf, Aiko. Some are not there, Thomas Becher, Thomas Jungans, and some others. Thanks to you for working with us and support Rainer to achieve what he achieved in Burkina Faso for the people from there. Now, I will conclude by saying that the road was very bumpy, and we will always remember that Rainer was an enthusiastic and committed person, and that enabled us to never give up. Even in Burkina, we have to face terrorist attack nowadays. Now I have a request. This is the second farewell ceremony for Rainer, right? Okay. Then we'll have to organize another one in Burkina Faso. When we will get out of the terrorist attack in this country and you can travel safely. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Boka Kouyaté. Est-ce qu'on a une vidéo? Okay. Be careful. The brothers. That was good. So we are...
next.
Okay, we have a few minute video, right?
C'est bon? It's not coming.
You wanted to show some of Nuna?
Yeah, there's videos that should follow.
Hi, Rainer. This is Ali from Nuna Health Research Center. I'm very glad that my road was yours since 2004 at the early stage of my public health research career. You have been instrumental for the development of the Nuna Health Research Center and for most of the young African researchers as well. And this was really given. Today you are going to retire. I have to say congratulations to all what you did for the Nuna Health Research Center, for the Nuna community. On behalf of all of them, I will say big thanks to you, and God continue to bless you. Thank you, Rainer. Thank you.
Au centre médical de Nuna. Donc, nous sommes aujourd'hui en 2024, ça fait 45 ans. Et donc, nous avons mené beaucoup de batailles ensemble. Il y a certaines que nous avons gagnées, il y a certaines que nous avons perdues. Mais c'est le cours de la vie comme ça, il faut l'accepter. Maintenant, nous sommes en retraite. Ça ne veut pas dire que nous sommes inactifs. Et donc, je souhaite seulement que les années qui nous restent à vivre, que Dieu ajoute à la vie à ces années-là. Donc, bon vent à toi, bon vent à moi ici, et la route continue. Merci.
Amis, bonjour Rainer. Félicitations pour tout ce que tu as fait pendant la traversée de l'administration, de la recherche et de la formation. Tu mérites bien cette période qui commence, qui n'est qu'une deuxième vie, et qui va faire en sorte que tu profites à fond de ta retraite. Bonne retraite, cher ami.
On peut y aller.
Bonjour Rainer, J'ai appris que tu es admis à la retraite, donc tu fais que rejoindre l'équipe des retraités comme nous. Nous t'avons dévancé, mais on est content que tu nous rejoignes. C'est depuis 1990 qu'on s'est connus, on s'est battus dans le PRAPAS, qui est devenu aujourd'hui centre de recherche de Nuna. Nous avons certainement enregistré de nombreuses victoires, mais nous avons également aussi certainement enregistré certaines défaites. Malgré tout, si le centre de Nuna vit aujourd'hui, tu as été l'un des premiers acteurs. Grâce à ta combativité, tu n'es jamais déçu, tu as toujours espoir à la réussite, et c'est ça qui a fait qu'aujourd'hui, nous sommes arrivés là où nous sommes. Je n'oublie pas de remercier tous ceux avec lesquels tu as eu à travailler.
Big brother Rainer, we are celebrating the end of your brilliant career as a public health professional and professor. So you know it, in exactly 1 month, I will retire from the World Bank as a practice manager covering 15 countries in Western Central Africa. You are the one who instilled public health in my mind. You are the one who inspired me, not only me, but also many like me in West Africa, particularly in Burkina Faso. So I am your product, and I'm really proud to be your product, and you should be proud of yourself for what you have accomplished for our countries. So just to say thank you so much. And Raisa, my daughter, I mean your daughter, is standing right now with you in Heidelberg, will convey to you the gratitude of my entire family, to you, to your family, and also to the faculty of Heidelberg for all you have done. Thank you, Rainer. Enjoy the next chapter of your life. Bye.
Hello, Professor Rainer. This is Maurice Ye, your former student. As you are embarking a new adventure of your life, I would like to wish you all the best for this next journey. You are retired, but not tired. So we will still need your unwavering support forever.
Bonjour, professeur. Je suis vraiment désolé de ne pouvoir pas être là à une activité aussi importante. Et merci pour tout que vous avez fait pour nous. Merci, merci, merci.
Hello, I'm Yusuf Traore from Burkina Faso. Greeting to you.
Hello, Rainer. This is Yazume. Greeting from Nairobi. I regret missing your farewell lecture due to unforeseen circumstances. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for your invaluable support and guidance during my master and PhD journey in Heidelberg from 2000 to 2006. I'm grateful for your outstanding mentorship, which has continued to guide me professionally. Thank you for everything, and I wish you all the best. Aniche.
Bonsoir, bonsoir. Professeur Rainer, il paraît que c'est le départ à la retraite. Ah, félicitations. Vous avez pris votre temps pour travailler. Surtout l'Afrique, le Burkina Faso et surtout la ville de Nouna avec le district sanitaire, avec tout le DSS. Vraiment, merci pour tout ce que vous avez fait.
Monsieur René, nous sommes dans la joie d'apprendre votre départ à la retraite. Cela fait une très grande joie pour nous. Et nous espérons que vous allez toujours penser à l'Afrique, particulièrement Nouna et Bourasso. Nous espérons nous retrouver tôt ou tard. Nous espérons que Dieu va vous bénir toujours. Merci pour votre présence de tous les jours.
Bonjour René, c'est M. Bado. C'est un bon jour. J'attends que tu es à la retraite. Ce que tu as fait à Nouna, dans le Kouchi, Noumandougou. Tu as bien fait. Je me félicite. Un bon retraite. Nous aussi, on est là à Nouna. Tu as bien fait à Nouna. Je courage toute ta famille. Ne salue très bien là-bas. Sinon, à Nouna, en tout cas, tu as bien fait. Depuis que tu as commencé les services à Nouna, là, il n'y a même pas de problème. Tout le monde à Nouna ici est félicite. Un bon retraite. Voilà.
Bonjour professeur, c'est Sissoko Mamadou. J'ai appris que vous partez à la retraite, vraiment je suis très content. Bon, là, nous avons trop aimé, on a beaucoup voyagé ensemble et vous avez trop aimé Nouna, surtout le Burkina Faso, que les repos soient une paix pour vous, que Dieu nous bénisse et on se retrouve un jour.
Bonjour. Reina, vraiment c'est Abdou, depuis Nouna, Burkina Faso. Voilà, j'ai appris que vous partez en retraite. Vraiment, je vous souhaite une bonne retraite. Voilà ce que vous venez de faire à Nouna ici. Vraiment, on est très content. On ne peut pas vous oublier. Surtout que vous ne voulez pas aussi. Voilà, on te souhaite une bonne retraite. Voilà, un grand merci. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. This is a very good appreciation of Rainer from the Nuna team. So now we get a few minutes of Brahma Jabate, okay. Okay. And as the chairman of this session, I have the powers to stop or to continue. But what I want to do for some people now around, for you to just have a 5 minutes relaxation. If you want to use the washroom or something, then we start immediately after. 5 minutes, German time? Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, 4 points. I gave you 5 minutes. I gave you 5 minutes. Please come back. Let us start. Let us start. Also, wir fangen wieder an. Is Rainer around? Rainer? Okay, good. So, all right. So, good. Wir fangen wieder an. We're starting again, and we will start with. Now we want to listen from a few words from some of those people who were introduced, who were doctoral students, who have become, great people as well. And so we'll start with Manuela. We have also been together for quite a while. And we also have Raisa is around also? Yes? Okay. So we have Manuela is the research group leader at HI. And we have Raisa as the director of global nutrition and partnerships at the Public Health Institute. These are just a few ladies who are going to say a few words.
So, dear Rainer, dear guests, dear colleagues, it is a real honor for myself and for Raisa to be here today as representative of the doctoral students. And I think we represent not actually 2, but 3 generations of doctoral students, if you also consider Raisa's legacy. And as I was thinking of the talk that I wanted to give today, actually 2 people came to my mind who are not here today. One is Andreas Ruppel, and one is Heiner Schirmer. Because when I started as a doctoral student in 2002, these 2 people were very close to Rainer. And there were 2 people that really accompanied my initial journey here in Heidelberg. And in particular, I remember the words that Andreas Ruppel gave on his departure from the Institute the day he retired. He spoke of loans. He said that when you are an academic, you receive a lot of loans. And it is your responsibility to give back these loans. And so, Till spoke to you about lessons learned, and I want to speak to you about which loans I have received from Rainer, and which loans, and how I try to take these loans back. I try to give these loans back. And I want to give this by illustrating this with very specific examples. And in all 3 cases, I will talk about trust, I will talk about having people's back, and I will talk about letting people lead. And in all 3 cases, for me, these are really examples of Rainer generosity, and particularly Rainer professional generosity. I know many people who are personally very generous, but when it comes to their work, they become a little bit protective. And the Rainer that I experience is completely different. The Rainer that I experience is a person that was always incredibly generous, both personally and professionally. I think other people have mentioned before that sometimes it was a bit chaotic, so you may set up a meeting with Rainer and not knowing if he really shows up at that time, or you may write a paper and find yourself halfway through that paper and change the way that structure of the paper is going to go. But to me, to be very honest with you, none of that really mattered, because I found all of that to be a sign of creativity. And I say that in the light of all of this professional generosity, really none of that really mattered. So, trust. I came to this institute, I was 26 years old. I am a first-generation academic. Rainer recruited me over a slice of cake and a coffee. I wrote an email. I was working as an intern at the WHO. I sent an email because I wanted to do a doctorate in health economics without having to go back to the United States. Somebody talked to me about this professor that had come back from the United States and was doing health economics in low middle income countries. I wrote an email. I was here a week later with an interview. 2 months later, I was here with a paid position to do a doctorate. 1 week later, I was in Burkina Faso. And I was not in Burkina Faso, mind you, collecting data for my thesis. I was in Burkina Faso, sitting in Dr. Boca's office with a bunch of documents to the side, trying to help putting together a plan for this community-based health insurance. So these two people entrusted upon me the development of an insurance plan. They said, talk to the local policymakers and help us put this together. So not only I was trusted with science, I was trusted with talking with policymakers, a lesson I will never forget. So Rainer, I hope to be equally good with the people I lead today. I hope to be able to keep up and have equal trust in young people, the same way you trusted me when I was a bubbly 26-year-old girl. Second, having people's back. I actually left Rainer's team to do my doctorate, and I was very fortunate to work with Professor Olaf Müller and Professor Albrecht Young. And I did something that obviously everybody knows you shouldn't do. I had 2 kids in 1 year, one in 2007 and one in 2008, because we teach very well what you shouldn't do, but then we do it ourselves, right? You know, you shouldn't have 2 kids so next to each other, but I did. And in spite of having 2 kids, I came back to work very, very quickly. And you would say, what's so unusual about it? Women work and have families. Well, actually, it's not so common, especially in this country, and especially close to 20 years ago, to have children and work, at least not as much as I was working. I actually taught with my babies wrapped on me. I think many people in this room have memories of me saying, shall I leave this room or shall I just breastfeed my child here? Do you allow me to breastfeed? I think that was one of my first encounters with Ali, actually, asking me if I could just breastfeed my baby while having a talk about a proposal. So a lot of people at the Institute looked at me a little bit strange, like I was an alien. Not quite my supervisors, but a lot of people. And at some times, I doubted myself. And I remember walking into Rainer's office a few times and saying, maybe I won't make it. And he said, you will make it, and if anybody there saying anything to you, you send them to me. I will never forget these words. And actually, when I was then confirmed permanent faculty in 2014, I was 5 months pregnant with my 3rd child. I get moved because I really say thank you. So I hope to be standing by my people's back over and over again, the same way you have done for me. Third thing Rainer did, he let people lead. Third example, 2012, when Rainer moved, as we've heard before, from health systems research to climate change, I took over that leadership of that team in health financing and health system. And we received a call from very high political level to actually do work on health financing in India. And these people really wanted Rainer to lead this project. And Rainer said, I've left that area of research, there is Manuela. And they said, no, we don't want a young woman leading this project. And Rainer said, but now Manuela leads that area of research. And he insisted that I would be capable of leading that project. I will never forget this. And he insisted that I could. And they insisted that they wanted his name. And he could, had he been a different kind of leader, said, I'll be the PI and you'll just effectively run the project. But he didn't. I had been the PI of that project ever since. And actually, until that moment, I'd only worked on Africa, but that was actually the beginning of my work in South Asia. So to the present day, I still work on social protection in South Asia, in India, in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, just because he trusted on me. So another thing that I hope to be able to take over on other people is the ability to recognize when it's time to step back and let other people lead. So for me, I want to echo again Andreas Ruppel's words. Life is a loan. These are the 3 loans Rainer have taken from you. Trusting in the young, having people's back, especially when it's difficult, especially when people have to reconcile work with family. When they're young, men and women, it doesn't matter. It's not easy. And we have to stand there behind them as academics and recognizing when it's time to let others lead and not always needing to be in the forefront. Thank you for all of this, and I really, really hope to do it even half as good as you've done it for me.
Good evening, and thank you, Manuela, for kicking us off. As she said, we represent 2 and actually 3 generations of people that Rainer has mentored. Over now almost a decade, I've had the pleasure of working with Rainer across a number of capacities, from after my bachelor's, through my master's, through my PhD, and the beginning of my postdoc. And through this time, he's been not only a friend, family, he's also been a devoted supervisor and mentor, not just to me, but to over 50 other students that have come through the doors of Heidelberg University. And along the way, I've learned a number of lessons from Rainer, and I'm hoping you'll allow me to share a couple of these, and also perhaps exemplify them through a story. The first lesson is that no idea is a bad idea. And in the realm of science, often we can be a bit critical about ideas. But the first thing I've learned from Rainer is that no idea is a bad idea, whether it comes from a doctoral student, a master's student, or Rainer himself. This is key in allowing young people to develop their own concepts and develop their own research ideas. No idea is also a bad idea when it comes from Rainer. On an unexpected Monday evening, I received a phone call from Rainer. This was just before starting my PhD. I received a phone call from Rainer, and he said, I know it's Monday, but can you be in Berlin on Wednesday morning for a presentation? And I said, I don't think I heard you correctly. Can you say that again? And he said, yes, I know. It's only Monday, but can you be in Berlin with a presentation on Wednesday morning? And in the background, I could actually hear Estelle saying, Rainer, leave her alone. She's got plans. And he said, no, it's very important. Why don't you convince her, Estelle? So Estelle took the phone, and I said, hi, Estelle, how are you? She said, I'm well. We're actually walking to a restaurant right now in Berlin. Berlin has some of the best Turkish food, so we're off to do that. And she said, if you come to Berlin, I promise you a nice Turkish dinner. I know Rainer thinks it was the science that got me to Berlin that day, but it was actually the promise of Estelle to have a nice Turkish dinner. So I went to the printing shop, printed out a poster, hopped on a train on a Tuesday morning, arrived in Berlin on a Tuesday afternoon, and on Wednesday morning, Rainer texted me the address to the location, and I showed up with my poster and ready to present. Upon arriving at the building, I looked around and I couldn't find a conference hall or presentation hall. Instead, I found the Embassy of France. And I thought, perhaps this is the wrong address. So I called Rainer and I said, Rainer, I'm actually standing in front of the embassy. I'm not sure this is where I'm supposed to be. And he said, no, this is exactly where you're supposed to be. I go up to the front door and they inform me that it's actually a closed session. So it's not for the general public, and they don't remember any poster sessions. And just a couple seconds later, Rainer pops out of a side door and he says, come through the side door. So I enter the embassy through the side door, poster in hand. There's a session ongoing, and I get a chance to present during this session. And at the end of the session, I was told, wow, best presentation, best student presentation of the session. I should also mention I was the only student presentation at this session. Because it wasn't a session for students, but Rainer thought this was an important opportunity for me to share an idea that we had talked about, that he had ensured was not a bad idea, and was an idea others should get a chance to listen to. So I shared this idea, and in the room, I had a chance to speak to potential funders. I had a chance to inform them that I was looking for funding for my PhD. Unfortunately, I didn't leave there with a scholarship, but it was still a great experience, and I got to have Turkish food with Esel. Then approximately 6 months later, I received a call from the same people that I had a discussion with at this event. And this leads me to my second lesson learned with Rainer. In terms of your scientific work, no is just the beginning of the conversation. To many of us, no means it's the end of a discussion, but when you have passion and scientific rigor, no is actually the beginning of the conversation, in the sense that those who you have shared an idea with have taken the time to listen to you and might be open to a follow-up conversation. So based on this, I had a follow-up conversation with the funders, and I had already found funding for my PhD, but they seemed open to more. And that's the third lesson I learned from Rainer. Think big, and then think even bigger. Initially, in speaking to them, my idea was around just my PhD. They didn't fund that, but they ended up funding in a collaboration with the Centre Verso-Virmé. They ended up funding a conference that we had around communication. Yes, you remember. So the idea here is think big and think even bigger. And I actually think that's why we are all here today. Because in developing his career, Rainer was generous in not just thinking about himself and his career, but in finding a way to think big enough to create space for students, for professionals, for those transitioning, to also find areas of work within his research and within his group and within his institute. So this is to say, if you have had the privilege of working with Rainer, you have learned not only lessons that Manuela has learned, but you've also probably learned some of the things that I learned in my time with Rainer. It's been a wonderful journey, and I say this not just on behalf of myself, but on behalf of the 50+ others that have come through your doors. Thank you for your time and your generosity. In your generosity, as Manuela mentioned, in allowing young people to speak, in giving them space and time, in supporting their ideas, in showing them how to be strong and persistent in front of potential funders and in front of potential collaborators, and also in allowing them to think big and to think even bigger. This kind of scientific courage is something that is rare to find, and it's something that you truly embody. So on behalf of myself, Manuela, and many of the other students, including my own father, thank you very much.
Our talk is not over. We have a little video that will play on continuous mode as we ask you to engage in a little interactive exercise, because one thing we've learned from Rainer is also to be teachers, of course. And we're not going to let you off the hook. We have represented here just the doctoral students, but I'm sure that all of you have received a loan from Rainer, so to say. So we've also learned to play teamwork, and I have my team here distributing cards. So each one of you will receive a card, and we also have fantastic markers. And we would actually like that each one of you writes something that you have received from Rainer or a memory of Rainer. And my team will also be so kind to try and collect these cards at the latest during dinner, but Aurelia suggested not to lose the cards. We try to collect them as we exit this room. And then I will glue them on an album and we will give them to Rainer. So that is not just part of the doctoral students' memories, but it's also part of the memory of all of us. Because we do believe that while the doctoral students might have benefited particularly, there are also people that came here as researchers or as postdocs or just as colleagues who have probably received just as much or who have experienced just as much that generosity. This is a video. I promise you, if you actually look at it on a screen, you can actually see what people have written. So we have asked people who are far away to do exactly the same exercise. and the music doesn't play, the music has a special meaning, Rainer. The music is the balafon of Lassina from Nuna, who unfortunately has passed away 2 weeks ago. But I'm sure you remember him. He used to play balafon for us in Nuna and used to have this little dolo bar where all of us have been many times. But he has passed away in an unfortunate accident 2 weeks ago. And these are all of your doctoral students, or many of your past doctoral students that we have been able to collect. So I think the Burkinabe one were in the previous video, and this is more the international group. As the cards have been. So thank you very much. So I hope everybody gets a card and a marker. Markers, I guess, can be passed. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you. We move quickly to, okay, after this one. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So we'll now move quickly. Is Don here with us? Yes, Don Umesh. Okay, so research assistant at HI, the working group, Global Child Health.
Dear Rainer, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, I'm here to say a few words about Rainer, representing the master's alumni. Rainer Sauerborn's rich academic background has enabled him to build a diverse network spanning numerous professionals. Through various avenues, he connected with individuals from different fields. One significant hub of these connections is the Heidelberg Institute of Global Health, the master's program. I'm certain that many alumni have the connection with Rainer because his influence on those who completed their masters in Heidelberg continues to resonate deeply within them. I know it's not possible to capture the essence of Rainer within a few minutes. As I pondered what to say about him, I realized that his name itself embodies several admirable qualities. Let's explore these 15 hidden qualities within the name Rainer Sauerborn. Remarkable. Yes, he is a remarkable person due to his outstanding skills and accomplishments. Amicable. Yes, he is an amicable person because of his friendly spirit. Inspiring. He is inspiring due to his impact on many students. Noble. This is evident due to his moral excellence. Enthusiastic. Yes, he is enthusiastic about innovative research ideas. Responsible. He is responsible because he consistently fulfills his duties and obligations efficiently. Sincere. His sincerity is always evident. Accomplished. Yes, he is an accomplished person, having attained a high level of success and proficiency in his endeavors. Unique. Yes, Rainer has his own unique qualities. Eloquent. Undoubtedly, Rainer is eloquent. Resourceful. He's certainly a resourceful person because of his clever ways to overcome the challenges. Benevolent. He's benevolent because of his genuine concern for the well-being of the students. Outstanding. Of course, Rainer is an outstanding professor in academia, distinguished by exceptional qualities, achievements, and contributions. Respected. Yes, he is a respected person, and I'm pretty sure this sentiment is confirmed by many of his students. Nurturing. He is a nurturing teacher who cares for, supports, and attentively fosters the growth of his students. Rainer, I believe that your influence on students is unforgettable. Students from many parts of the world continue their academic pursuits owing the profound impact you made in their lives. On behalf of the Master's alumni, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering commitment. As I conclude, I would like to share a poem that I've penned for you as a token of appreciation. In halls of knowledge, you've left your mark. With wisdom vast, you've lit the dark. Rainer Sauerborn, a name we revere, a beacon of light year after year. Your joy of spirit, a beacon bright and clear, infused our learning with laughter and cheer. Your smile, a ray of sunshine, warmed us through. In your presence, learning felt brand new. Your smile, a beacon of warmth and cheer, dispels all shadows, banishes fear. Unforgettable moments etched in time, in the tapestry of memory they chime. To Professor Rainer Sauerborn, we raise our voice. In gratitude and admiration, we rejoice for being more than a guide, but a friend whose impact on us will never end. Wish you all the best, Rainer.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Danival. So we'll now have Jim and Stefan give us a short piece of music.
We play faster.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
The piece is erroneously called Danny Boy. It should be Rainer Boy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And when I saw this program, and I wanted to remove, I saw political science. What does political science have to do with Rainer Sauerborn? Then I looked, I said, oh, wow, okay. Former head of the Department of Political Science, Mitra. I think I had the name sometime. But let him tell us something about Rainer. Professor, you're welcome.
Friends and admirers of Rainer Sauerborn who have come from far and near, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. As our compere has already warned you, I am not part of the family. I'm a political scientist. I've been friends with Rainer for 30 years. I had absolutely no idea how much there was to the man. I had only seen the tip of the iceberg. In my line of work, we measure people in terms of the citation index. What I've seen today, the impact that you have had, Rainer, on young people, inspiring doctors to write poetry, is unbeatable. It's a privilege to be here, and for that privilege, I thank you, first of all, for bringing all the glory to Heidelberg, and to Dr. Ohelia Suarez for giving me an opportunity to stand in front of you and say, thank you, Rainer. Now, we are a little behind time, so I'm going to be very brief. I'll concentrate on only 2 points. The man behind the scientist, and something unspeakable, but that must be talked about, what happens next. Now about the man behind the scientist. It goes back 30 years, mid-90s, I think. I had just been appointed as head of Department of Political Science in the South Asia Institute. There was a time when the Institute for Tropical Hygiene and South Asia Institute were together. They had been split because tropical hygiene got just too big to be simply a department, but the personal relations had survived. So, when Rainer was named to the chair, Professor Diesfeld, his predecessor, brought him over to us. Now, that was the time when the South Asia Institute was slowly emerging from dark days. The institute had gone more or less moribund, so it was emerging, and we were hungry and eager to find people to work with to bring us some glory. So, on the appointed day, the little directorium Zimmer, I can see it from here, 30 years ago, we see this tall, handsome, charismatic man, chaperoned by Professor Diesfeld, and he's introduced, and we are all introduced. And then, nothing was happening. There was an awkward pause. I was very new. I had absolutely no idea about the German academic culture. Mind you, I came from outside. And I thought I'll get the conversation started. Now, I'm a Bengali. Bengalis are known to be witty and a little cheeky. And before coming to Heidelberg, I had a chair in Berkeley, California. So, with a combination of the Bengali cheekiness and Californian brashness, I asked Rainer, welcome to Heidelberg, Professor. Now tell us something about your voodoo medicine, because I knew that he had worked in Africa. I thought everyone would laugh. I realized I must have done a faux pas because everyone looked frozen and my senior colleagues looked panicky. Did I nip in the bud a nice flower which had come to us? It could have been the end of me. Rainer saved the situation. What did he say? Rainer said, I will tell you but first you tell me about your voodoo political science. That broke the ice, conversation flowed, and a friendship started. A friendship started and blossomed, and believe it or not, we had classes together, we had students together, we examined together, we did conferences together, and I had the joy of watching Rainer the man, the loving husband, the nurturing father, the loyal friend, who would be as competent in the lab as in the kitchen, cooking for 30, 40 of us, and then taking a break from cooking to join Stefan, my colleague who had just played for us, at the piano. And then I have seen the life and work balance in terms of Rainer biking up from the Altstadt all the way up the hills where he lives, not an e-bike, a proper push bike. But that's Rainer the man. And Rainer the man, I have seen today, brings a lot together. So the question is, what are you going to do with it all now? The first challenge is to beat the law of physics. Now, law of physics says what goes up will come down. Today, you are at the peak. Celebration in the most sacred space of Germany's oldest university, the Alte Aula. So, must anything which goes this up come down? The challenge is to make out of this peak a plateau. And this plateau, my previous speakers have already alerted us to it, requires someone of your competence to problematize the core concepts of your field of work. Must we take the global health the way Heidelberg defines it? Does the globe think of the globe the way Heidelberg thinks of the globe? How do we liberate ourselves from the imperialism of categories? I go back to the question I had asked 30 years ago, not about voodoo medicine, but about how Western science can talk on equal terms with non-Western knowledge, and how the self can talk to the other as seriously as the self takes itself. That is the level playing field. And that is what Heidelberg is about, that's what Gadamer was about, and that is what retirement is about. I was once told by a senior colleague of my faculty of Philosophy and History, German professors don't get old, they die. And as I think of it, the words I hear are from my late father, and he was very fond of English poetry. He didn't write it himself. And these were lines that I have retained from my father. These are lines from Lord Tennyson. When the call comes, sunset and evening star, and one clear call for me, and may there be no moaning of the bar when I put out to sea. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Rainer. I didn't know you were so patient. Thank you. Thank you. And now we have Professor Dr. Norbert Becker, and sometimes you wonder, it's about mosquitoes here.
Maybe. NPDI, of course.
Thank you very much. So we have Professor Dr. Norbert Becker with us, who will really also talk about his experiences with Rainer Sauerborn. He's the president of the World Mosquito Control Association.
Former president.
Yes, former.
I'm retired.
So, okay, well, that's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Chairman. Dear distinguished audience, dear Rainer, dear friends, dear colleagues, it's a real honor for me and pleasure to give to address you in a short speech, and it will be really short, only maybe 2 minutes. When I was approached 3-4 weeks ago, if I give a speech here, I immediately said yes. I didn't hesitate. Why? It's your personality, Rainer. You're always in a good mood. I never saw you angry, yeah? This is the first character issue. The second is, you always reach out to help people, to give helping hands. And this leads to your main character, to bridge people, to bridge projects, to bridge continents. And in my point of view, one of the most important bridging activity of you was to bridge the Upper Rhine Valley to Nuna, to Burkina Faso. As you know, it was already said, I was the director of the German mosquito control for more than 40 years and implemented the biological control strategy along the Upper Rhine and elsewhere with BDI. BDI is a bacillus producing a toxin, a protein toxin. This kills mosquitoes but conserves the biodiversity. So we eradicate the troublemaker in the paradise, but we keep the biodiversity. This was our idea 40 years ago, and Rainer's idea was we should transfer this technique also to Nuna, province Kosi, as an additional tool to the ongoing WHO strategy, which is based first on the impregnated bed net, second, on indoor residual spraying with pyrethroids, sometimes with DDT. And Rainer's idea was, let's implement also the biological control, a test. So what we have done, we were going to Nuna for 3 years. And what we have done there is the same as here in the Upper Rhine Valley, in Mannheim, in Ketsch, in Brühl. First, we mapped the breeding places. Second, we built the infrastructure for the application of BDI. We distributed BDI. And then we applied BDI to all breeding places for 1 year. And we had traps in untreated areas, in treated areas. And it turned out that the mosquito population, the vector population, Anopheles gambiae, was reduced by 80%. I mean, I should mention this project was also financially supported by the Manfred Laudenschläger Foundation by 400,000 euros, which is not so much. We were dealing with 84 communities in this area. In Germany, we deal with 100 communities, so it's very equal concerning the size and the community size. But this was a real milestone by proving that larval source management, including BDI, could be an additional tool to the ongoing WHO strategy. 5 weeks ago, I was attending the WHO rollback malaria meeting in Kigali, in Rwanda, and I presented our data from Nuna. And this was very well accepted by the people there, and I think some people are thinking to implement more larval source management in the ongoing strategy. And when we consider, Rainer, when we started 20 years ago with malaria control, with the rollback malaria program, we had 230 million new cases each year. What do you think last year, despite the fact that we invest each year $3 billion, we had 250 million cases. So this is evident that the strategy has to change. We need additional tools in the toolbox, and larval source management could be a tool in some cases, not everywhere, but in many cases maybe. So I think, Rainer, here it said, Professor affects eternity. You affect also maybe the WHO malaria strategy. Thank you for that. And we heard that you gave us a lot also to me, and I would like to give you something back. And here I have a golden mosquito. Yeah, it's really gold. It's really gold. It's really gold. And only those people who really support the biological control or worldwide control of mosquitoes receive this golden mosquito. It's produced by an artist in Speyer, and it's a unique model. This is a river Rhine, and this is a willow, and this is a golden mosquito troublemaker in the paradise. Yeah, and okay, and I think you deserve it very much to receive this golden mosquito.
Ulrich?
And this is a certificate. Whenever you have time, give me a call. I arrange a helicopter ride across the floodplains, and I hope you will enjoy it.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We will now quickly ask a friend of Rainer, Ulrich Knoblauch, to come and say a few words. Thank you, Ulrich.
Hello, my name is Ulrich Knoblauch. I have a long-standing friendship with Rainer, and I will make a very, very short intervention, but unfortunately it will be in German because I did not realize that the whole event will be in English. So please apologize, but you will not suffer too much because it will be short. Ich möchte mit einer kurzen Intervention eine Informationslücke füllen, die von den Vorrednern noch nicht gefüllt wurde. Es fehlt noch ein wichtiger Baustein. Es wurde viel über den beruflichen Werdegang gesprochen. Ich möchte eine persönliche Anekdote beitragen. Wie fing alles an? Es war einmal an einem wolkenverhangenen Sommertag Mitte der 70er Jahre. Ich als Stationsarzt auf der Privatstation der Poliklinik bei der Kaffeepause mit den Schwestern. Da ging plötzlich die Türe auf, ein schwungvoller Auftritt eines schlachsigen jungen Mannes, der einen großen Kuchen mit ins Zimmer trug. Guten Tag, ich bin der neue Medizinalassistent, habe zur Begrüßung einen Kuchen gebacken. Es ging ein Raunen durch den Raum, was für ein Einstieg. Welch kluge Strategie, das Personal gleich mit Süßigkeiten zu dopen und gute Laune zu erzeugen. Das macht er ja heute noch. Und hielt der Auftritt, was er versprach? Und in der Tat, wir verbrachten 4 sehr schöne, entspannte Monate zusammen auf der Station mit Spaß und Freude, viel Kreativität und erfolgreicher Zusammenarbeit. Und das Beste dabei war, wir wurden enge Freunde und das sind wir nach fast 50 Jahren immer noch. Wie ging es weiter? Die Rollen drehten sich. Mit dem DED ging er nach Burkina Faso. Ich begann nach der Facharztausbildung ein Sabbatical und schwupps kam Rainers Einladung nach Nuna. Langes Zögern war noch nie mein Ding und so machte ich mich auf den Weg, ohne zu ahnen, was mich dort erwarten würde. Plötzlich spielte er dort den Chef, pure Revanche. Er führte mich zu einem baufälligen Schuppen und zeigte mir ein vorsinnflutliches Röntgengerät und eine löcherige Bleischürze. Du baust jetzt eine Röntgenabteilung auf. Die gab es noch nicht. Ich mache dich zum Chef. Das war eine nahezu unmögliche Mission, auf die ich mich allerdings zunächst mit gespielter Souveränität einließ. Nach einiger Zeit gelang es, den Apparat zum Funktionieren zu bringen und prompt konnte ich auch bei einem Patienten eine Tuberkulose diagnostizieren. Aber es stellte sich doch heraus, dass die Voraussetzungen zum sicheren Röntgen nicht gegeben waren und die Strahlenrisiken viel zu groß waren. Somit erlöste er mich wieder zum Erhalt meiner Zeugungsfähigkeit von den Strahlen und wies mir andere Aufgaben zu. Wichtige Meilensteine des Tages waren das Jogging im Morgengrauen über Stock und Stein im Wald, das Frühstück unter den Mangobäumen und anschließend die Arbeit im Krankenhaus. Nachmittags versuchte ich, Rainer auf das Fußballfeld zu lotsen, um ihm das Tätscheln des Balles schmackhaft zu machen. Leider vergebliche Liebesmüh. Seine Füße konnten mit dem Ball nicht viel anfangen. Als Trainer hatte ich also leider keinen Erfolg bei ihm und so spielte ich halt mit der Dorfjugend in Nuna. Und anschließend blieb dann noch Zeit für ein Schachspiel unterm Mangobaum. 4 interessante und herausfordernde Monate vergingen viel zu schnell. Aber eines war mir dann klar: Entwicklungszusammenarbeit ist auch etwas für mich, und so verbrachte ich anschließend 30 Jahre meines Lebens damit. Und Rainer gefiel das Chefsein sehr und entschloss sich, eine dementsprechende Karriere zu starten. Rainers Blütezeit begann dann mit der unaufhaltsamen universitären Karriere nach seiner Rückkehr. Diese Blütezeit ist ja sicher den meisten hier im Saal bekannt, deshalb brauche ich hier nicht weiter zu erzählen. Aber ich freue mich riesig, Zeitzeuge einer entscheidenden Epoche gewesen zu sein. Bleib weiter der Super-Ager. Alles Gute in alter Freundschaft.
Thank you. Thank you. Wir haben aber alles verstanden. Thank you. We are now moving to the heat of the moment here. But before that, we'll have someone to play something for us. But before that, because after that, then Rainer will come. Let me seize the opportunity as chairman of this occasion today to also just tell you a little bit my personal thing about Rainer. I lost my daughter here in Heidelberg the 1st of June last year, so it's about 1 year. Rainer and the family hosted me, hosted my family. My wife sends a lot of regards to you, and thank you so much. He was with me talking to all the doctors here in Heidelberg. Rainer, you are great. Thank you. God will bless you. Thank you. Can you please now come? We now have the emeritus professor of medical psychology, to come and give us some tunes here. Rolf Ferris, is that correct? Good, please.
Ich will nur gerade Folgendes noch sagen. Also ich vertrete die medizinische Psychologie. I'm a professor of medical psychology here in Heidelberg. And we have worked together with the Institute of Rainer at the time of Professor Diesfeld already, when we prepared young doctors of medicine to communicate better in other countries when they worked in the developing countries. That was my connection with Rainer's Institute. And when Rainer was the chairman as a follower of Professor Diesfeld, we collaborated never, except in one point, which is the most important point in my view. We tried to contribute to a good atmosphere at Heidelberg medical faculty, without any project just by being friendly. And what I want to say is at the end, I will present you one piece of music which was composed by an African musician named Abdullah Ibrahim. He lived in Cape Town, and he's very famous. He's now nearly 90 years old, Abdullah Ibrahim. And I choose him to be my teacher. So I learned from Abdullah Ibrahim very much about piano playing. I undertook many journeys to see him, to talk with him, and to learn from him. And I told him, I have selected you to be my teacher. He has never showed me anything on the piano directly, but we talked and I listened to his playing and to his concerts. Last time was last year when he performed in Hamburg in the famous Elbphilharmonie, the most modern and most spectacular concert hall in Germany. And he lives now in Germany, in Bavaria. He has a wife who is a doctor of medicine in Bavaria, living in a small village at the lake, at the Chiemsee in Germany. And I play you one piece. I know, and Nelson Mandela had called him the Mozart of Africa. He is very, very sensitive piano player. For me, he is the best piano player in the world. And I play now for you one piece which was composed by Abdullah Ibrahim, and I will play it my way with a little bit of improvisation.
Thank you. Vielen Dank. Thank you. Gracias. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether there should be a farewell lecture now. But then we would have no choice, Rainer. When I came in 1999, you interviewed me. So I'm now going to interview you.
Oh, yeah.
So what are you going to talk about?
Friendship.
Okay, all right, that's good. Okay, and Heiko is in the room. Heiko, what's the mark are you going to give him now? Pass? Okay, pass. Okay, that's good. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to just stand up for just a minute? Thank you. Please sit down.
Exciting exercise.
Yes. And you know what I did for my doctorate research is disposition model. Individual disposition and group disposition. So you can see that the group, all of you, it's as if everyone stood up at the same time. But if you looked at the individuals, there were others who actually took some time to get up. So, Rainer has done this so far, assisting people, students individually and collectively. Now it's your turn, Rainer, to give us your lecture. Good luck.
Dear friends, you understand that it is overwhelming to receive such a wave of warmth and friendship and love sometimes. Music, videos from Africa, from the mason who had built my little home there, to scientific friends. And it became clear to me that what had always been in my mind, that the main honey I got out of my professional career are the human relations. And I am privileged to have had the friendship of many of you, and not only for a couple of years, but sometimes and very often for decades. Bokar is here, Ali is here, there are many here with whom I shared decades of friendship. And so the research burden was made lighter by by having fun, by eating together, by telling stories, by just being human. And that is probably what I thank all of you most for, that you were good friends, have been good friends, and I'm sure you will continue to be. As it comes to this tutoring business and inspiring and so forth, I'm very surprised that you had this positive impression. But believe me, I can return this compliment. I learned as much from you, getting ideas, getting inspiration, learning new methods. So it's a perfect fit if a senior person teaches or sits with younger people as well. And believe me or not, I had the same relationship with my mentors. So, as someone said, it's like a passing flame that you give over generations. I had the privilege, and I have written it down not to forget anybody, to be guided and inspired by mentors. Just to give you an example, and then I will go through the list because I know they are watching maybe, and I'm not addressing only the room, but also Professor Diesfeld, who can come, and others, whom I want to thank personally as well. For example, how do I come to climate change? It's not that I woke up one morning and cried climate change. That's it, Heureka. It is a person. It's by diffusion, by enthusiasm of that person. It was the late Tony McMichael, an Australian wonderful personality, and he created the topic of climate change and health, and I happened to be in his orbit somewhere when he did a sabbatical in London, and wow, I was like a sponge sucking in his ideas, and that reminded me of many tales that you told, that you were somehow by energy and by ideas, you were somehow inspired, that I was obviously able to give to you. So that energy flow I received as well. And this is the wonderful thing in science, that we are giving and taking, and that the transgenerational continuation is there. Another remark before I go, I want to go through that list, is that I'm so happy that these friendships cross borders. And here's all the delegation of Burkina Faso is here. I thank you for coming. Malabika is here, who has probably traveled for the longest trip to come here. I'm really moved. You could have said we do it by Zoom, but you didn't. And this is really moving. Also the fact to go into other cultures and learn and be curious about other cultures as you're curious about science. How do they work? How do they marry each other? How do they raise their children, and so forth? That was a joy to be learning. And Bokar, Ali, and many others, the late Traoré, there's a real Traoré in Bourasso, and that is the long-time ancien combattant and Chief Bourema Traoré. He was also, if not here, then at our institute giving a lecture. And these are, I thank you not only for your scientific collaboration, but also for the translation of different cultures and different perceptions and different attitudes, which are sometimes not so obvious without a translator. So thank you for the friendship, and thank you for this breadth of ages. This is crossing ages. I mean, really, with many of the very young students, I have a very relaxed relationship, and we laugh together, as I am with my age peers, and that's also a very great gift for me. Okay, so now standing on the shoulders of others, that is the motto of my Thank talk. And by the way, this farewell business, as you have heard, was just an occasion to get you all in one room. It wasn't my farewell, it was the birthday of the Institute 2 years ago, and of my predecessor, Diesfeld, and of myself. So this is my first farewell. But there may be the 75th birthday, God willing, so there may be other occasions. So standing on people's shoulders, I want to thank first my mentors. And somebody who you might have seen at the symposium is Alan Balmain, the Scotsman, who accompanied my PhD at the DKFZ. And I was really working hard and trying to learn his tricks in hard and very hard science, pipetting, killing mice. I can confess in front of you, I killed 200 mice in my life. He forced me to, what do you do if your doctoral supervisor tells you to kill that poor mice? Otherwise, you don't get your PhD. So, but he somehow planted the seed, maybe research without the mice business, but to look at new ideas and to generate new knowledge may not be a bad thing. But then I went to, as was mentioned, to Africa to do my Ersatzdienst, my substitute service. And there I met Jochen Diesveld, believe it or not, as long as our relationship, my predecessor, of course. And he had this concept, this broad concept of public health, which doesn't come natural to medical doctors. After all, I was a medical doctor. I'm standing here as a medical doctor, converted somehow to public health. But at the time, I guess I was a hospital doctor, very busy. And, well, he opened my horizon, my lens, if you like. And then coming here, I didn't dare to go into public health because there was no public health in Germany. I would have had to go to US or to London or to Stockholm, and I wasn't ready to leave again. So I became a pediatrician. And the then director, nobody knows, probably in those here, Horst Bickel, he took me also as his, son and said, look, you were in Africa? Why don't you tell us what you did there? And make these blue slides. At the time, few people know. You had these slides, you have to draw something, a curve, and then it would transform somehow into a blue slide, not as fancy as this one. So I put down all the vaccinations that I had done and the operations and so forth. And what have I learned? It was basically very descriptive, to put it mildly. But he said, go on, give a presentation at the famous Southwest German Society of Pediatrics. It's very small, So I gave my first presentation there. And so you need these people who push you. As Reiser said, who no is no answer. Go, young man, and tell us. Then came my time in Nuna and Bokhar, Osman. You were also in Nuna sometime, and Ali, this is the time when we met. I met you as a student and said, wow, this guy knows a lot about practical medical care when I was the doctor there, right? Now, I told about this thanks of cultural translation, but also scientific cooperation. Then I went to the US and had my doctoral supervisor, Peter Berman, an economist. That's where I got the wonders of economics. And he was also very patient and very, sometimes pushy, like I am, sometimes pushy. We haven't heard this side of me in all your praise. But friendship with both my doctoral supervisors and many others who I have lifelong friendship, and that is the gift that you gave me. Then there's somebody, just an eye-opener. There was a British professor whom nobody knows, John Wyan, who was already in his late 70s, and I was a student with big eyes, and he told us about, if you want to know something about people's health, you have to go to their homes. Not once, like a survey. 95% of research everywhere in public health is done helicopter research. You come in, where my interviewees, okay, you interview and you go. But this was different. He said you have to stay with that community, to look at long time, can I have a glass of water, please, or this bottle? Long time relationships, you have to observe this longitudinally. Nobody had told me this in any course, thank you, before. So he had a system that resembled the HDSS, set up in Kanha, in northern India, in the 60s. And that was the start of this business of having large populations to follow longitudinally and prospectively. And with his help, we shared the idea with people in Burkina, and they thought this is a good idea. And then we went to this, and I will show you some in one of the slides, where we are now. So you need inspiration, and if I got inspiration to some of you, that is very nice. to say. But be assured that I received at least as much of inspiration from mentors and also from you. It's not an age issue, but it's important to also have some senior people who have a lot of ideas and experience. And Tony McMichael, as I said, was the person who initiated me into the climate. And Detlef, if I may speak also to you as a mentor, you helped me bring the global health view into the climate change community. I mean, we fought a lot about public health in Germany, and you did, as a physiologist, pharmacologist, you did the wonderful Gutachten on Leopoldina Gutachten review on public health in Germany, and with all the gaps that we have, that was great. Nobody in public health could have done this because these were warring factions, as you said. But you did it, and then since you were in the Leopoldina, you invited me also. There was John Schellenhuber, who was the big chief, the big climate scientist, and they were in their corner and we were in our corner, and then somehow we brought these two communities together. And if I want to characterize me in any way, it's this bringing people together. And that's true. That's somehow a gift of mine. And so these two communities now speak, and we have projects. There's Hans Gunga here, and Hans Christian, and there's next to her there's Martina. So there are many climate scientists with whom we now work. My students and habilitants, they gave me a lot. It is not a rhetoric figure to say that, but it's true. Without you, I would have, probably aged without new ideas. So many of these ideas come from you. And lastly, I want to thank my family. I know you hate to mention you, but I will. You are the bedrock of my life and my professional life. And so thank you, Esther, and all my daughters, my 2 daughters and my 2 sons who are here. Thank you very much. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here. Okay, after this, very difficult sometimes, but I hope I brought it across, the reverse thanks to you. Now, now I have to go down because we have a special film clip to see. Many of you said, Rainer, you're not retiring. Don't fake it. Why do you do this? You're not the person to retire. And I read up retirement in ChatGPT, Google, and also films. So I came across that clip. The technical people, are you ready for the film clip? Yeah. Can we close the... This is what I came across. This is retirement binary. The resemblance is obvious. Jack Nicholson. This is wonderful. Look at the body language, it's amazing. One last gaze and switch off the lights. Okay, with this I want to say thank you very much. You have seen so many lectures, you don't need a farewell lecture now. So that's the binary approach, and it doesn't work nowadays. When Bismarck said 65, there was a life expectancy of maybe 2 more years. So he was smart enough to give you retirement just before you keel over. And now we're still at 65, and we get 20 years older than at the time. So what do you do with this? But the retirement age has not moved. So somebody told me, and that's very wise, when you retire, there's no point. So you can't have a point when you do a farewell lecture. It's a transition. It's a transition from an imposed, now listen up, Till, from an imposed work-life balance to a self-determined life-work balance. How about that? By the way, Till, I'm so sorry, I forgot to mention you. So that was about this farewell business. Till, it was wonderful how we transitioned, or how we passed the baton. And yes, sometimes you're not very reachable. But in essence, you're always doing the right thing, and you build on what I had tried to build at the department, now institute. You took the culture of conviviality, of humor, and so forth, and you fired nobody. That's not normal. So you should all be happy that he didn't fire you. That's not normal, and. So you expanded the institute enormously, and the record is just amazing now. So thank you very much to having kept the basics, but added this enormous energy and output that you did. And by the way, it remembered me about the transition between you and Ali. That was also very smooth, and it was a model case, by the way, for me. So we have to get through this farewell lecture. So I go back there, I think. And what could it be differently than about climate change? And don't expect all my ideas about climate change. No, it is my current thinking. And there are some new aspects, so even for those of you who have heard some talks before, there are some new things here. So, silver lining on a dark cloud. I don't know, can we switch that light off? Sometimes it's not easy to see. The technical people, can you switch the light in front of the screen off? Just try. So there's a dark cloud, climate change. It's one cloud in many clouds, I agree. There's wars in Ukraine, in Gaza, hunger in Sudan, and so forth. But this cloud stands out by several characteristics that make it so difficult to move. All the other problems, even the Second World War, the biggest disaster, is over at some stage. And people can rebuild and flourish again. But this has properties that are not a normal cloud. So my question would be, what's so different about climate change that it is so difficult to tackle? I don't want to dwell, that's only 3 slides, the black side, yeah, the dark side. But the bright side, what can we do to move away the cloud and move where the light is? Positive. What are the solution pathways? Just broad, I won't go into any detail. But there are some new ones, I guess, for you, as it was for me until 2 weeks ago. How can health promote them? Health not as a subject, but as a driving force, as something that people want to protect even more than nature, their own health and the health of their children. And what role is for us as individuals and for the university? It's a pity that the rector has gone, but I will send him these slides because it's a call for engagement of the university in that field, creating something like a center or a cluster of health in climate change. And that's not to be at the medical faculty. Health is too important to be left to doctors, somebody said. I'm a doctor, I can say that. So it should be right in the university, and it should be very productive. So what's so special? Sorry. Climate is a public good. That means if I am virtuous, I buy an bike, I walk, I take the public transportation, I put photovoltaic on the roof, and my neighbor is buying his second SUV, and he flies every other week to Bali and so forth. So I am discouraged because he gets the benefit of my virtuous behavior without changing. He continues. So
the economists among us, excuse, there are more sophisticated explanation what a public good is. But public goods are always difficult to manage because nobody gets the direct benefit. Climate change is global, no need to explain this, although completely unjustly distributed, but everybody acts and everybody is impacted, including in Dubai, and I will show you a slide of the flooding in Dubai. So it's global. Different time horizons. Some people think climate change, I used to say that 2 years ago, climate change is far away, but now we have inundations in Heidelberg, so the extreme events which are part of climate change remind us that there's an elephant in the room. Otherwise, we don't have senses for something happening in 20 years, the gradual warming of the seawater rise and so forth. And that's the main point. It's irreversible. That means we don't get a second chance. As Obama said, there's no planet B. If this generation doesn't get it right, it's really bad for future generations. So we need to get it right. And there's time pressure. The time window of action at the latest is closed in 2050. You can figure out how old you will be then and what you have done by then, because then the window closes. Raisa, where are you? Are you still here? Yeah. Raisa, I didn't ask you, but, and Detlef, this is the young student you once were. You're still young, but now you're a scientist. And I called you also in on something unexpectedly because I was invited by Detlef, who organized the World Health Summit in Berlin, in the Außenministerium, in the Willy Brandt-Saal plenary, to talk about climate change and health. And I said, I need Raisa because she's much more convincing than I. And I had a slide which I asked her to illustrate with her own illustrations and talk about it. And she was a bomb, really. She got standing ovations, and I didn't. But that was just fine. So these kinds of curves, you know, the business as usual, but look at the timeline. It goes until 2300. Usually the time horizon stops here, yeah? So just these are four curves, and that is Gaston Sorgo, the father of Raisa, who couldn't come or didn't come. I don't know. I'm really disappointed, but he must have had his reasons. And he lost his passport. He travels every other week to. Anyways, I will talk to him later. But he's a friend of mine, and he was the first generation of students, as you know. Okay. And she put the parent lifetime, it should be open end to the right, so nobody predicts anything here. But then she said, this is me. Raisa, do you want to continue? No, please do. But you did this so convincingly. And then Raisa didn't have kids and so forth. She said, second generation, we put some baby there. And then another baby, and then another baby, and so forth. So these generations will suffer from these concentrations and these temperature changes, and so on. So this is the first crisis cloud in our existence, and even of humankind, that doesn't go away. Even we don't want to talk about dinosaurs and meteorites and so forth. This is the time when 8 billion people are on board of this planet. We have never experienced this. Okay. Climate change is very unjust. You all know that, but I just want to go through intergenerational justice I just mentioned. Perpetrators and victims. We all are perpetrators, and we all are victims in very different ways, of course, but we are both. Poor versus rich, the poorer within a country and the poorer the country, the larger the footprint. Gender, women are much more affected. Age, the very old and the very young are at special risk. Location, small island states, landslides on the slopes and so forth, you realize. And marginalized groups and disability. Whoever has talked about people in wheelchairs when there's a flood? How do you get, you almost don't get people down who can run, but how does this person, how can he be saved? So it increases injustices to the power of 10, I would think. The silver lining, enough of this, because there's a tendency to only focus on the dark side of climate change, literally. So what are the solution pathways? Technology, they're all there. I won't get into this. We know what to do. Money, there's enough money around, $7.1 trillion per year on public subsidies for fossils. 7.1 trillion, that's 7,100 billion. That's twice the German budget, or 3 times, no, twice, annual budget. So the money is not the problem, it's where we put the money. And I will go on these, quickly on these points. Policies, laws, many people say, oh, the COPs and all these climate conferences, just a lot of travel and CO2 and they don't get anywhere. Legal action, that's what the Vice Rector mentioned. Legal action, litigation, becomes a force against the fossil industries and the countries living on them. And I will just give you 2 slides on this. This is sort of just inspirational talk, if you like. Science, of course, that's clear. And my point is that health should inspire all this and should drive all this, either by data going into policies, going to COP from Heidelberg, going into legal action, I will talk about this, going and substantiating the necessity for personal individual behavior change. Health is not only a driver, but also a data giver for this endeavor. So policies. I'm not so critical about the global policy architecture. In 1992, there was the first summit of heads of state. There was the first, the largest international meeting ever seen at the time. And they said, look, we have to marry the economy, the environment, and social development, which had been seen prior as completely different. Either it's economy or it's the environment and so forth. So they said it must all come together. And they said there's an elephant out there, climate change. Let's call in IPCC. Oh, that's the president of Mexico talking, just to give some illustration. The IPCC is a wonderful gift, global good. They're also good global goods. And they are about 8,000 scientists. And they designed it in a way that nobody can say, oh, it's colonial medicine, oh, it's Western, oh, it's Chinese medicine, or whatever. It is the scientific opinion and review of the world. And it was commissioned, that's another thing. It wasn't the scientists who said we should be a group. It wasn't the United Nations who said we should have this. It was the heads of state, and that has quite a different authority. They commissioned this research. Every 5 years, you want to condense and bring to us the knowledge of the world and write a summary for policymakers. And you should read, if you can only read this, read this. It's worked on by journalists, and so the policymakers understand. It's a wonderful global good. World climate conferences are part of the United Nations framework Framework Convention on Climate Change. Every year, they said, the framework says you should gather the heads of state with their delegations, and they should review the progress and so forth. Paris was already mentioned. There were really breakthroughs. We should be positive about it rather than standing at the waiting wall, oh, it doesn't move, and so forth. Even Dubai, when I went there, I thought it can't be true that they make the head of the oil company of the United Arab Emirates the president of a climate conference. Still, we talk today about conflict of interest, yeah? Till got excluded from chair of Lancet Commission because he has a little share in a completely innocent private company. By the way, welcome Hans Christian to that little company. The company is called Cheers, and we will talk a little bit about this. So, but there was a loss and damage fund created, 100 billion per year, and the rich Arab countries and the World Bank, they agreed on how to manage these funds, which is a breakthrough. For the first time, you won't believe it, a climate conference said the world has to move away from fossils. You would think this is obvious, but it was never by all the governments of the world not signed. This was in Dubai. And health in the center. I come back to my idea, which basically was also influenced from seeing this COP. By the way, this is a sad irony of Dubai 5 months after the climate conference. You see for those, this is the largest tower of the world. Anyways, so here they are applauding like they were applauding in Paris. You've seen that, the last scene. And here's the health day. Never had there been a health day in a COP. And all the health ministers of countries convened, only Lauterbach wasn't there. He was represented here, the German Secretary of State, Stefan, is talking next to maybe the Maldives and so forth. The health ministers, they thought about how can health be protected, how can we access the loss and damage fund, and so forth. So a health day. And here you see a leaders' event, health at the heart of climate action. This is just my credo. There were some people, Olaf was there, not if Karl Lauterbach wasn't there. Olaf, I don't mean Olaf Müller, I mean Olaf Scholz here. Okay. Now, health protection as an argument for climate laws. And when I was in Paris, and it was such a fertile time, Detlef, thank you for fostering this collaboration, and thank you also, Anneliese, for hosting me there, and being my friend ever since, so this is wonderful. A student, Corinne Kowalski, looked at a database. I didn't know that such things exist. There's a database for you who don't know what to do tonight. Go to this Eurex database. You can see all the documents of the EU for the past 20 years. And she looked at, I think it was 20 years before the climate conference. These are old data. If you like old data, but what they show is not old. Of all documents, they have directives, regulations, and laws. And the laws, more than half invoke the blue. We want to protect the health of the population of Europe by this coming law. The same is true for the other documents, of which there are many more. And then we said, well, maybe Europe is so virtuous, Green Deal. Let's look at all the laws in the entire globe. And by and large, the same picture emerges. This is now a database at the London School of Economics. So we are not talking about an activist group. This is one of the star universities of the planet which hosts a database of all climate change laws that are accessible on the internet. And you see the same pattern. Climate legislations invoking health, roughly 2/3 everywhere. I don't know why this goes down here. But this is not the point. The point is that most laws are motivated by invoking health of the population. Now we come to litigation. Litigation meaning suing a country, suing a company, can also suing a person, but that's not the real point. And more than half of them are in the US. Worldwide, there are about, I think, 4,000. 4,000. And 2,300 are in the US. The rest are in the rest of the world. And they go on all sorts of topics, but not yet health. So we could be tasked, and I was so pleased to make the acquaintance of the vice director, who is the professor of climate change litigation. You have these resource persons around, that's just amazing. So, and we decided we will follow up, and he gave a great talk at the Marsilius Academy. Anyways, this is the trend, 2017 to 2023. So you see it's exploding, and these are the countries except the USA. This is Africa. how can we change this? How can we, and then the health data, we have so precious data in Nuna and in Sierra Leone, and I knew that you would look up when I mentioned the name Sierra Leone, Osma. But it's true. There are so many great databases on health, and we should use them to help these countries claim, if only money, to get, how do you say, Entschädigung? Compensation, yeah. So Asia is not much better. Asia is yellow. And North America is Canada and Mexico, I guess. No, I don't know. But not the US. And the UNEP says, UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, says climate change law, policy, science, the or is a typo, science must be a material issue in the case. So they are asking for our data, for our scientific evidence, and we do have it. We just have to reshape it so it can be also funneled into a... And now I talk about the pots of money that are available for accessing by low-income countries. So there's money around. The glass is always half full and half empty, and both the pessimist and the optimist are right, but they only look at their part of the glass. So there is an agreement in Paris to give $100 billion per year to low-income countries for helping them to have climate protection and adaptation. Admittedly, only last year it was full, the pot, for the first time in a year. It was even 116 in 2023. So, good news, bad news. But the trend is positive. So let's assume that from now on, they have these 100 billion per year. But this is, and then the developing countries said, hey, this isn't enough. We can't adapt away in Maldives the sea level rise. You need to compensate us, or we have to move somewhere else. Who's paying for this? So a loss and damage fund was created in Dubai. Another 100 billion. So let's not always say, oh, there's no money and so forth. There is money in the fossil fuels, fossil subsidy, but there's also money to accessible. Maybe GIZ should help to access these funds. We must think about this. And this is what we presented, Sandra and I, but Sandra presented it, at the Dubai, how we could use Nuna data to help the government of Nuna claim their money, their dues. But health is never in the calculation of damage so far, because health data are very difficult. So what we do is, let's see Nuna, and Ali, you know all about this. What is the total burden of disease? Okay, so and so many disability, adjusted life years lost. What is the percentage attributable to climate change? Let's assume 20%. I mean, it's probably a little bit less, but there's a sizable number. And then we put this together. What is the burden of disease from climate change? Now we have a weapon. Can we, in order to claim, to help Burkina Faso claim this in the COP or in the fund at the World Bank, we need to convert it to dollars. I'm very sorry for this, but we have to, because you have to argue with dollars damage to get compensation. Okay, in financial terms. And with my friend Stefan, we are looking for ways how to do this. And this can be used as an argument in diplomacy, COPs, or in litigation. So here's how the circle closes. Now you can say, oh, Rainer has always shown us a lot of bubbles and arrows in the bubbles and how all this wonderful thing works out. But let me get one slide a little bit in detail. And the slide was shown by Till already. This is what we call CHEERS. You might have heard this acronym before. CHEERS means climate and health evaluation, meaning how much impact. Early warning, it's the second E. And response, meaning adaptation system. It's basically our good old HDSS plus a climate dimension. And I want to show you, because otherwise the talk becomes too conceptual, So on the left side, you have the data, and I want to focus on which type of data we generate. The middle is how we get these data all together in a database and send them to the cloud and to, for example, to Heidelberg, but mainly for use in Burkina. So the core is that HDSS, that cohort, long-term cohort for the non-initiated, a long-term cohort of 150 or so, a health district whose health you look after, you record for decades. Nuna is now, what, 30 years old? The eldest is in Bangladesh, Walawika, ICDDRB, 62 years. And so these are long data collections of health. People visit every household every 4 months. Can you believe it? So this is the backbone. On this, we add environmental climate data. We put, this is a state-of-the-art weather station. We put 5 of these in the population, so we can correlate temperature to diseases that occur, right? So we are close to getting an association and quantifying it. We also use remote sensing, satellite-based images for mosquito habitats. Where's Norbert? Still around. So you can't see larvae yet from sky, unfortunately, but you can see which you know that, which of the ponds is favorable for malaria mosquitoes. And we can see harvest and so forth. There are a lot of things you can do with remote sensing. So this is the climate and environmental data. We have the population and the health data, but the health data we broaden out to those sensible to climate change. For example, pulse, heart rate, heat, or temperature. There are wearable sensors. That's also something that Till pioneered at the and of course Sandra. So you have wearables like the Fitbits, and so you can use them as monitoring as the farmers go to their fields. Do they suffer from heat? How much do they suffer? And so forth. So you see, we bring health, climate data together in a very nifty way, I think. And that then goes into an enormous database of various streams, which is completely digitized. The whole thing is completely digitized. These are the field workers, but they use tablets. And the tablets go with the telecom communications to the server in Nuna, and from there with the cloud to us. So, and the wearables go directly, and the weather station transmits also with the telecom to Nuna. So it's an amazing exercise of collecting tons of data. The problem is how to store it. We have an innovative database, which is a little bit like neuronal networks, but I won't get into the details. If Joachim is still around, and we need the help of artificial intelligence and machine learning to sift through these tons of data. But we have a professor now of artificial intelligence in infectious diseases, global infectious diseases. That's Joachim. So you see, there's something behind what I'm saying, all these balloons, and we have been working on this for the last 20 years, and maybe the climate change twist came 10 years ago. Now, Alina and Claudia, this is your, and Bernd, of course. I have this slide from Bernd Franke, who's from IFOI. IFOI is a very renowned environmental consultancy in Heidelberg. And they measured with us, Claudia is also very involved, the carbon footprint of the hospital. You have seen the first person who spoke was the medical director of our university hospital. And he said, we want climate neutrality by 2050. The first medical director ever to have said that. The group got the ability to measure the climate footprint, the carbon footprint of the hospital. It's about 225 tons per year, 17 tons for everybody who works there. That doesn't mean a lot, but it's not going down, as you see. That's the only thing you need to take from this slide. And the main, this is the blue, the main part of the column is the consumables. from gloves to drugs. These are the drugs. This is mobility. And this is only the one that you think, that I thought before doing this, oh, it's the air conditioning, oh, it's the heating, and so forth. That is the emissions directly from the plant. Most of the emissions are purchased in. That has a lot of policy implications. Well, I mentioned that. And it's not only engineering and making a climate calculator, but it's also about leadership. And here, Ingo Outnerid was the first guy on the screen. He said, we want to be the first university hospital in Germany. We need this kind of leaders. And you don't expect this, frankly, from a medical director, but it works. And he wanted to go with us to Dubai, and he was summoned to the ministry in the last moment. Anyways, then there's a lot of stakeholder, and what do we do? The catering person said, I can't drop the Wiener Schnitzel, what do you want, and so forth. So where is the lowest pain, highest gain option of reducing our carbon footprint? And then a lot of awareness building. So we are not only doing global health, for us is not going to Africa. There are some people who have misunderstood this. Global health is global health. And the same trends and the same problems are in different shapes and different contexts are in the north, south, west, east. And that's why we called ourselves global. Individual behavior is a little bit controversial. Many people see this as victim blaming. The big guys, the industry, the cement, the China, they should go first. Again, the nature of a public good means, and the time pressure, you cannot wait until somebody else gets first. You are the master of your soul, like Mandela said this. You are the master of your action. So you have to change. I'm not doing a sermon here. This is everybody. We need to see what can we do. And is this real? And then when I have problems, I sometimes go to the House of Lords library, and they had commissioned just a very high-level panel on this. What is the proportion of individual behavior that we need to influence so that we reach the 2050 targets? Lo and behold, the committee reference on assessment suggested that the 2050, and now please listen, the 2050 net zero target would not be attainable without changes in personal behaviors. And they assume that this is 32% of emissions. It's our task. We can't say Heidelberg Cement, we can't say cars, we can't say anything else. They need to do their bit, and we need to do ours. So nobody can wait until somebody else does the first step. That's the nature of the public good. Yeah, the health co-benefits, I don't think I have to name this. There are up to 65 behaviors that a household in OECD countries can change. And with Alina and others, we looked at this. This was Norway, Bergen, Umeå, Aix-en-Provence, and Mannheim. And so we wrote them on these cards. You can change your electricity source or eat 50% less meat or something like this. Yeah? And we told them, and it's for every household, was it customized? You know, if you have only one room, you have a different footprint, and you can't change the roof. Yeah. So not everybody got 65, many 32 for this and 20 for this, but these were the feasible behavior changes for that household, customized to that household. There were several visits of the interview team. And we randomized, that was before you came on board, Till. It was Till likes, and rightly so, he likes to do randomized trials, and it wasn't as perfect as yours are, but it was very telling. We had a control group where we only gave the information, what if you do this, you will save 92 kilograms per year, and it will cost you €5. Sometimes you will save money. But it was the specific costs and effects of this action of yours. And then we had another group where we told them also the health benefit. See? Health. And this was in a plus and zero consume less meat, for example. It has enormous health benefit, but change your electricity provider is not good for your immediate health. Yeah? So, and lo and behold, we found that those options that carried a co-benefit, a health co-benefit, were statistically more often cited than those who did not. So health is a driving force of even individual behavior, not only of laws and litigation, but also of individual behavior. Mm-hmm. So how can we put the piece together? And this is the last slide. Well, the core is the blue. The blue, this is what we can do immediately. Change our behavior, friends, neighborhoods, and our own action. The next one is the workplace. We showed you data on our hospital. If you work in another place, go and say, do you know your footprint? Very often the industry knows their footprint. Maybe they don't do enough to change it, but they measure every CO2 that they emit. I checked this with Heidelberg Cement. So health as a motivator, CO2 footprint of the workplace. Alina even goes into a new model of patient care where you tell patients, you're obese, it's bad for your health, but it's also bad for your climate, for our climate. So adding the climate motivation and the health motivation in practical practice of GPs. Oh, what happened? I'm frozen. Oh, no, not myself. So, and then comes the global, the larger circle. There we can only be very indirectly, going there, presenting our data, sitting in advisory boards and so forth. But we need to have data. Even for this, enabling the Burkina to reclaim compensation, we need data. So this is what we can do through your research or through going there. And many of us in Heidelberg went there, not only of high, but also of political science and so forth. So that should be, all this should be somehow come together. And now it's a shame that the rector had to leave. What better place than Heidelberg University, which claims that they have the Zukunft seit 1386, which is a pun, the future since 1386. What about looking at the future from now on? So if you're focusing on the future, Mr. Rector, could we please look at the future and not the future since the past, which is basically the past. So my plea would be, what a task for the university, but also what a task for us as individuals and what a task for us as science, particularly in international collaborations. Thank you very much. That was my farewell lecture, which is not really a farewell.
You will come?
Okay. Oh, no. No. Oh. It's too much. No. Thank you so much, really. Thank you. It's been just amazingly moving. Thank you so much. Woo. What do I do?
Stay there.
Stay there? Mm-hmm. Please sit down, please sit down. It's overwhelming, really, what you did to me today.
Thank you very much. Danke schön. Gracias. Well, we have a gift.
We have many gifts for you, but we don't have the time. I think everyone wants to eat and drink. I just wanted to give you one here, and we give you the
symbolic.
Later. So it's just a symbolic one that you need to open now, and the rest we give you later.
A picture.
So
yeah, I'm very careful with this. Usually I do it more climate-friendly way, but this time we are under time. Ta-da!
Oh no. You're making fun of me. Thank you so much. It will get a prominent place. I need the software. I need the software. I have candidates too.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It has been a great pleasure having you here with all of us to, well, you said that would be the final one. Probably the 75th birthday would be a birthday and something, no longer a farewell. But it has been great with all of you, with all the contributions, with Till, who has taken over, with all the colleagues, and some of them are coming back. Olaf Müller, I think I saw Aiko is back. They are all coming, so the attractive aspect of the institution is there. And so, and for Malabika and all these ones, and so all of us are part of Rainer, and we form this alumni. Let us work together for the future.
It's not the last word, because I invite you to a drink and some food now. And if you go, and we can continue, just go through the door and to the left, and there will be a buffet and some drinks and so forth.
He wants to show that he has provided that one. So,
yeah. I know it's late, but. Huh?
You want to take a picture?
A cadeau.
Uh-huh.
You.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
You're
come. Okay, so you can now go to the reception. Is that so? We have a. You have a picture? Want to take a picture?
No, that wasn't.